Welcome to today's edition of Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, our continuing effort to record everything we can of the original Mario Maker before the Wii U and 3DS online servers all go down. Exactly a month from now, there are 30 days remaining until the 8th of April, where at some point in the day, we don't know the exact time, Wii U connectivity and therefore connectivity to the Mario Maker 1 servers will cease. This is our third day of looking at levels by David Pinkston, and actually our fourth video session due to a disconnection the other day. Actually, we've had kind of a rough time streaming these, not because of the levels themselves, which have been excellent, but because I think both of our previous streams sort of ended unexpectedly, and so we'll see if the curse continues, or whether we'll be spared such outside circumstances this time as we try to complete as much as we can of the rest of the set. Beginning with this level that was really interesting. We only put a few attempts into it before we had to log off the other day, but Power Switch Palace is a bit of a very thorough extension of a mechanic that we had previously seen in one of the one-screen puzzles, Remote Power Detonator, and well, no need to talk about it. Let's just show it off because it is really quite intriguing. Just how this is set up to work and work reliably. Anyway, up throw into this. This is one of the things that really makes this work. This up throw into these two springs. I kind of feel like that probably doesn't work in Maker 2, but I haven't taken a look in the editor myself to see it. But yeah, you have a bit of a time-sensitive interaction here that we're going to totally flub because you need to sneak under this muncher and we're not going to make it. We previously didn't have trouble with that, just getting warmed up though. Anyway, you need to be rather slick about it. And then, yeah, this is going to be a problem, just missing that jump. Because we need to sneak under this muncher as quickly as possible, and that earlier slip-up did cost us between P-switches. Nope, hang on. Toby Splatoon, welcome. Hope you've been enjoying Big Run. I actually did play a little bit of Big Run off stream before I came in to make one today. On Eeltail Alley. Okay, sneak under. There we go. And yeah, we did get past this bit previously. This is just going to be checking through the one-way panel. That's something that absolutely does not work in Maker 1. Or Maker 2, rather. Absolutely does not work in Maker 2. We'll send it up this pile over here, and then P-switch is going to activate the power. Then we need to dip around here. This took a little bit of work to understand. Because basically, you need to climb up here before the expiry. And you need to not hit the POW. The POW hit the wall that time. That was the problem. So you don't want to unstack the munchers. You need the P-switch deactivation and the coins turning back into the block state to be the thing that activates the POW. Yeah, Toby Splatoon, I've been alright. Like I said, I was just playing a little bit of Big Run before I got on stream today, and will likely go back for some more at some point this weekend if I can. And here we are. Same idea over here. We'll lift the POW, and then we've got a limited time to work with it before we get into trouble once again. So let's run with the POW. Yeah, it's going to be an up throw in that location past the one-way panel. And then, oh, no, missed it. I need to climb the vine, and I need to climb up above them when the POW detonates. We know that. We've done it once successfully before, but we need to go back and try it again. Alright. We really know how this whole segment is going to go. We just need to execute on it. And do so precisely. So step on this. And wrap around. Up throw, climb as fast as possible. There we go. That's how to do it. And checkpoint flag is right here. Yeah, we were actually past checkpoints on the previous stream. Oops. Whoops, I made a mistake here. Hang on, let's reset it. And yeah, Toby Splatoon, like I was just saying, I did play a bit of Big Run prior to getting on stream today. Now, looks like we need... Oh, I see, and then you activate the P and then you follow the POW down here. But then how would you get rid of the munchers without an additional POW activation? Let's see, this is potentially going to take a little bit of work to figure out. So is it that I... No. Hang on. This is going to take a moment to read here. So we need to figure out what to do with that P switch, and what the P activation is even going to be. Because, oops, grab that. You know what, you can totally duplicate the POW too, which might not help, but... Yeah, because, yeah, activating the P switch bounces the POW. It bounces it down these steps, but then we need an additional POW to hit the munchers over there. So I think the duplication is actually a good idea. Although I don't know if it's the intended solution. I don't know what the up arrow is all about. I really have no idea. But we can do this. And the idea... Oh, no, we don't want to do that. Hang on. This is a little bit weird all around. Yeah, a bit difficult to grab that POW and bring up this way, but if we up throw it the way that we did previously, maybe we can get that double bounce. Nope, it doesn't. It hits. Okay, that's not how to do it then. Yeah, I'm guessing it's not designed around a pipe duplication, but... Anyway, we know plan A is that we can hit the P switch, just really fall on it perhaps. And then... Oh, no, POW then comes down. Okay, that's interesting. You think you see it. Welcome document. Yeah, because there's a duplication on a POW, we know that to be... Oh, hang on. We also came in with the P switch already released. Speaking of which, P switch already released lowers the blaster. Lowering the blaster gets the POW to sail. Can I actually sit on that POW safely? Let's see if I can. I don't think I can. You can I? No, you can't. Maybe if you're right off the edge of it, and I kind of doubt that would be a solution. Yeah, document. Hopefully we'll actually be able to stay on stream this time. In both of my previous David Pinkston streams, we kind of had an unexpected end of stream. I'll try not to repeat that too much. So got a duplication, but then... Okay, at least I didn't hit it this time. Lift? No. But then you can kind of cycle it around like this, and that's fine. Oh, except I took it down. Yeah. No. But what if we park this, grab it on the other side, and then hit a P? It sends you down. Oh, it actually does hit. Okay, okay. And then I was just a little bit slow, but that is actually... Yeah, no, I didn't even think that the POW at the end of the battle sequence actually does activate, because, you know, it was dropping step by step, and the whole time I was thinking that we'd need some kind of other interaction to kill the muncher at the end of that, but never mind. There we go. Up throw, ride it. Ride it. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. That's the easier way, yeah. Okay. Very nice of the checkpoints to be so generous with this. Okay, and then you... I'm thinking I should bounce in that one first. I don't know exactly what a power spawn is going to happen here, so... It's going to be a P-switch eventually. Possibly a P-switch and a coin drop. This means we're here. Well, we need a key anyway, so... Whoops. Maybe we should just get onto the second Spiny and just take a moment to scout. And Mario, welcome. Hang on. This feels much more like the David Pinkston you think of when you think of his all. Yeah, so... This concept was one that he previously put in a very quick one-screen puzzle. Also, tons of stuff all over this level is exclusive to Maker 1. A lot of the stuff would have one-way panels work, obviously the spin pickup over here. And the bounce that we're about to see with the up throw on the POW, which I think we need to kind of reverse through this, where you hit the POW, but then what activates the P? What activates the P on the other side? We have to figure that out. Oh. Yeah, I shouldn't have done a second spin. I didn't think about how, after the up throw with POW, I actually stopped spinning. That's something I wouldn't have known, because obviously, you know, spin pickups are exclusive to Maker 1, so I would not have thought of this. That after the up throw on the POW, this happens. Now you need to activate the P-switch with an up throw towards the munchers. I absolutely would not have known that mechanic. Okay, there we go. Lots of unique mechanics. Yeah, Document, I can definitely see the sort of stylistic affinity here. Absolutely. Okay. Oops, no. I was supposed to ride this out. Yeah, this has been one of the most interesting ones I've seen so far, for sure. Probably just run it and jump, I guess. Nope. No. Can I? Yeah. Nope. Losing tons of momentum here. Let's see here. Oh, we'll need to reset through this one, and possibly... I mean, you can duplicate if you go through the pipe, so... But I don't see why we would, given that this doesn't help you at all. Yeah. Should be an easier way to do it. Up, and then maybe you do take a second one. Who knows? I mean, we haven't had to use duplication yet for this level, and so it might not actually be relevant. I think you just need to run it. You just need to survive the jump. But you have to jump before you bounce off the right side. So we need a bit of momentum. Probably run and then jump like that. Yeah, there we go. That's what it is. Very nice. Very, very interesting. Because, yeah, in the last set that we played, the last time I was on stream, there were a number of one-screen puzzles that were all really, really quick. They just all took a couple of seconds to spot, even though some of them had unique mechanics. But then this is an elaboration of one of those mechanics in terms of the P-switches activating the POWs remotely using the coin and block state swap. So this was very nice to see. 0.72 on this one, which is not a mechanical thing. That's definitely a case of people just not figuring it out, because it's not mechanically difficult to do. You just need to see what's going on and understand it. Flight boot camp. Let's see what it is. Yeah, we've seen some really impressive stuff so far that has become more and more conceptually audacious. I think Spring Chain Gang might be my favorite one so far, but also a Document, you know, Parabeetle Air Delivery Service. This one practically feels like a Document level for a number of reasons. So like I said, the stylistic affinity is absolutely there. And then this one here is entirely based on the Goomba sinking effect to Maker 1 that, of course, didn't return to Maker 2 either. So, we had a lot of fun with these. Flight Boot Camp, let's see some boots. Okay, sure, let's take it. Now, I don't know whether we want that door. I think that door is probably just for reset, but we can see it. And reset the Goomba anyway. And then, yeah, it gives you a little preview of the next drop after that, which will be a float. We had some practice on Waryutsu's level, so we hopefully shouldn't do too badly on this one. Oh, like I was saying. Okay, that was a bit of a tough landing, but we got it. And yeah, you've got the door here to reset to the start in case you dropped out of the boot a little too early. Oh, yeah, there we go. Notice ZR here. It's sort of interesting to go back to, this is from 2016, it's kind of interesting to go back to some of these. Because of how Z was not really at all a standardized notation for the alternate jump, spin jump, dismount, or whatever you would call it. I've seen a lot of levels from multiple makers that designate it using R. And now we see it with ZR. Now, I personally prefer using R on the Wii U gamepad. Because that is what feels most comfortable and familiar. But now, oh, whoops, didn't expect it duck down there. Oh yeah, interesting. So if you hit this, yeah, no, you're supposed to drop the boot and then come back into it. We've seen this in a couple of other levels in the past. Actually, I'm pretty sure Waryutsu specifically uses it. If not in Maker 1, then certainly in 2. And then this, I think we just run it. Just run it. Basically, kind of like a boot mechanics tutorial, almost. Fire flower down there. I don't know if we'll... Oh, missed it. Yeah, the boot is supposed to roll over here, come up here, and then we get into it, and then probably bounce off the grinder from there. He has a level of spin written down in coins. Yeah, I think we saw that one already. Yeah, I believe we have seen that level already. I think I played that one. But, yeah, let's get a reset door here. Oh, will we get power up? Yes, we will. Fire flower, I'll take it. Good to have a bit of a damage buffer here, even if it isn't great for our leg room. Head room, rather. Here we go. Big boot coming at the end. Oh. Not quite the height we need, but... I wonder if... we can get another boot on the other side, and we don't need to do it this way. Because, yeah, you can't be locked over here. It's gotta give you another boot, right? Oh, light. Then, this is gonna be some kind of bomb drop. And then, a door is going to get you up to the boots up there. Toil. And trouble, apparently. Oh, tail. No, it's tail. Okay, I was thinking. Double, toil, and trouble. Okay, let's get up here. Because now we have all of this available. And then we can whip the boot to send it up. I feel like we can do this a little better. Hang on. Maybe not. Gotta be something like that, though. Maybe against the wall? No. I must toil. The first and only toil indicator. Yeah, exactly. Very important. Know that. Now, let's see here. Yeah, this is gated off in such a way that you lose flight by the time you're on the other side. I feel like it is supposed to be a tail whip up here, we just haven't seen how to do it yet. There we go, and then we're gonna lose it because of time. Let's get another one. We need a door to get another one. Yeah, so you do need to do it relatively efficiently. Practically on the first try, I think. Okay, let's try to... Okay, they're good. And then we drop on it. And we continue. Checkpoint. And a boot reset in case you lose it. I think we needed to fly. And probably fly... Well, or we just used a tail the whole way. Hang on. And then we just press. But it came in a bit low. Coming in a bit low. It should be that though. Spacing does work out perfectly, it's just that we're not executing well. And I don't know if I'm early or late on that. It'll take some figuring out, that's why there's a checkpoint here I suppose, just in case you do burn a few 100 seconds on it. There we go. And then, oh, coming in a bit low again, probably, yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, the fact that you can just tap with a tail the whole time and then you just continue from there with the boost, that's very unique. I don't think I've really seen anything like that, actually. At least nothing requiring that specifically. Maybe in the context of more mechanically complicated level where that isn't necessarily a focus. Yeah, the thing, I think that's still been the biggest surprise today has been the up throw out of spin pickup killing the spin. I absolutely did not know that in the last level that we saw of it. You know, we've definitely seen a lot of unique mechanics, but which, despite being new, are clear enough that I can consistently figure them out without thinking about it too much and without having to deal with game confusion between Maker 1 and 2 or anything like that. Oh, it's still too low. I mean, we were off screen a little bit, so... Okay, got it. And thanks so much, B-Minutes. Oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. Okay. Let's see about that. Thank you so much, B-Minutes, for the subscription. And congratulations once again on clearing Tears of the Kingdom yesterday. I set it pretty close to the real one. I'm trying to see I try to catch if that's like a reference to something that I don't necessarily recognize, but it'll probably click for me if that's the case. Oh, it's from Genshin. Okay, I had no idea. And yeah, I'm glad I was there for the finale as well, B-Minutes. Even though it did show me the sort of actual true ending post-completion cutscene, which I had not seen because I haven't done my second clear of it after having gone through the post-paraglider story properly. But that'll come someday. I don't know if I'll do it on the stream, but at some point I need to go back and give the Demon King another beating. Here's the Flowering version 3 as throwback to a time when maybe Nintendo was more permissive about this kind of title. I kind of wonder if it would fly in Maker 2. Anyway, the Flowering. Oh, it's a meme on TikTok and YT Shorts. Okay, that's also something that I have no exposure to, so... Okay. Oh, I was supposed to pick up the shell, obviously. And then hit the shell on the question block over here. And what would that even give me, the shell? Well, we'll figure it out. When we're back. Shell pickup. Imagine being a voice actor and having to say auditrice mécanique d'analyse cardinal. What if you just speak French, right? I mean, what would be the big deal? Oh, I see. And then you let go of that, and then that's another pickup, and then you just slice in here. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Oh, that's a reset. Okay. Yes, and then you just release the wiggler, yeah. Release the wiggler? That was not the way I hoped it would go, but I guess that's why there's a reset door, just in case that sort of thing happens. I guess we need to change the facing direction. Oops, no. We do need to fire it through the piranha here. The way he says it is so musical that they made it a dance and they're obsessed with it. Okay. It oddly reminds me of... this... Hang on, I am trying to relate a story here. It's actually kind of difficult when I'm trying to play this at the same time, but whoops. Oh, the shell killed the wiggler. That's not good. Hang on. Let's go back to this. Yeah, so recently on the British quiz show University Challenge, which is kind of a long-standing tradition in the UK. So you're not supposed to kill the wiggler. How do I avoid killing the wiggler? So anyway, there was this one particular question that was about musical styles or something, and then, you know, the contestant ventured to guess that the answer was drum and bass. And the reader of the trivia question, who's hosting this, he had a particular clue for it, and he said, I'm sorry, I need jungle, I'm afraid. And he's incredibly composed about saying that, you know, that drum and bass is not an acceptable answer, and I need jungle, I'm afraid. And then apparently people who actually like mixed jungle music just use that as a clip from that point on, where, you know, they just sampled the quiz show presenter saying, I need jungle, I'm afraid. And this was from a few weeks ago, and I just was thinking about that. But yeah, you can probably look that up. It's really worth the listen. It comes off better than when I'm just trying to relate the story while also trying to play Mario, so... Whoops. And yeah, document, that's exactly what it is. I need jungle, I'm afraid. And then, yeah, people just kind of mix it into the jungle track. And it sounds absolutely exquisite. Okay. Yeah, so I keep killing that wiggler. We need to work on this throw here. It's something specific to this throw. That's why there's a reset door, because, you know, this is one particular interaction that I think is maybe a little bit tricky to get under control, but maybe there's just something I'm doing incorrectly about it. You're obviously supposed to send it through a top piranha just to, you know, get both those layers out. But yeah, even as we're talking about the same kind of thing. Exactly. That is art. Whoops, no. Taking a thing and making something else out of it. I mean, what is Mario Maker itself, if not that? Seems like that's the right kind of mentality to take into a game like this. I keep killing the Wiggler, and I can't predict if I'm going to hit the Wiggler. That's the thing. I'm watching a shell, and I sort of have to guess every time if the Wiggler's going to make contact. Maybe there's an easier way to execute it, but not seeing it yet. Yeah, no, the shell is just coming down too low. Maybe I should throw it closer to the arrow and then make sure I kind of clip the piranha, the big piranha, on top. Which is probably why it's a big piranha. It's just that you have a bit more of a hitbox to make contact. And you see here again, too low. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's toss a little higher. That's a lot better. That's going to work a lot better. Imagine that, actually following the markers. It's something we never ever consider. Yeah, so you're not supposed to hit both of those wiggles at that point. You just need to hit them in the middle and make that a single bounce. Timing-wise, I just needed to see that once, and we'll hopefully not blow too much from this point. Yeah, okay, that's consistent now. That's good. Maybe I need a short bounce surface. I'm trying to figure out what the best way to get on that Wiggler will be. Whether maybe we want to get ahead of it, or... We'll figure it out. Whoops. It's too late. Even as when you lived on the beach in Sarasota, someone put a Little Mac sticker on a stop sign next to a boxing ring. And you were like, that's art. Yeah. Whoops. Okay. Now let's get up here. And yeah, once again we have to stay to the right a little bit just to get that Wiggler to bounce the way we would like. Here we go. There we go. And then we want to, yeah, maybe do a few low bounces here just to stay in position until that Wiggler is ready. Okay, I see it. Nope, too late. And we'll try not to fail on the easy jumps either. Nope, too late every time. Just need to release it about a half a column to the left. Yeah, even as you said something about that the last time we talked about that, I think that there is a Final Fantasy concert very soon in Vegas. Yeah, I think you said that you were considering going, but now you actually are going, which, you know, have lots of fun. From my experience with having gone to video game symphony concerts, relative to your typical symphony orchestra performance, expect a lot more cosplay. Whoops. When I went to the Zelda Symphony for the 25th anniversary around the time of Skyward Sword, that was the thing that was immediately noticeable about the demographics, just a lot more cosplay. And actually, I've been to some other video game orchestra music concerts as well, and I think it was a similar story with many of those. And yeah, I'm not saying that to be critical about it or anything. I'm just saying, you know, it's something that's sort of pretty interesting in terms of how I mean, one of the things about like this kind of show and about pops concerts in general, from a classical musician's perspective, is that people are always trying to think about how to draw in audiences that usually wouldn't turn out, and whether that kind of benefits not just from a change in content, but also a kind of general change in the atmosphere of the performance as well. And oops. And it does make quite a difference. Oops. And okay. Here we go. Oops, nope. Can we still reach? Probably not. Actually, let's try to bend over there, and maybe we can catch it on the wiggler on the side. Let's see if we can, actually. Like, respawn it. Or, hang on, why don't we just... I'm gonna try to respawn it. No. Or maybe just go for that block. It probably isn't reachable. I think it's designed such that it isn't. Yeah, it isn't. I was trying to respawn the other wiggler who came in, but... we didn't go far enough to actually get it on screen, I think, so... we probably should have just taken the reset door, that's what it's for. There we go. And then, just a little bit shy. And the mushroom is there just to match the mushroom state with people who are respawning at checkpoint, which is something that a lot of David Pinkston's levels have actually been very generous about. That instead of doing the mushroom check, very often what he'll do is that if the mushroom isn't that consequential to the level design, he'll just let you have the mushroom at checkpoint, and he'll let everybody else respawning from the checkpoint have the mushroom as well. And, because if you don't absolutely need the mushroom check, why not just let that player have it, and why not just even things out that way, right? Where you just design around the expectation that they're going to be able to take that one extra hit. So, kind of a neat little departure from conventional wisdom about how to handle the mushroom checkpoints in Maker 1. And yeah, I mean, it's I think very much the thinking when it comes to, bringing people out into a live performance to actually hear musicians. And, whoops. Yeah, because it's kind of been a subject of anxiety for some time, I think, where people who are in, I guess, mid-sized cities, they've been seeing symphony orchestra struggle for ages. In that, the big cities, the big urban centers have no problem sustaining them, really, because the audience is there and they kind of have the critical mass, but it's sort of in smaller markets that you kind of run into trouble when it comes to people deciding what to do with an aging or less attentive audience. And yeah, because, I mean, Japan knows what the cultural export is. That's why when there was the Olympic ceremony handoff to Japan at the preceding Olympics, you had Shinzo Abe show up out of a pipe in a Mario costume, because, they kind of know that, like, he actually is sort of the #1 export character-wise, which is saying something, just given the depth of Japanese popular culture and how recognizable it is on a much larger scale. Oops, that's a problem. We're at checkpoint, though. We're supposed to At least a wiggler, of course, but didn't quite see that. Okay, so we've got a shell over here. A shell, you're supposed to jump onto the wiggler, then jump up to the arrow, and then fire the shell to the left, hit the question block, and then that should get rid of the piranha. It gets rid of the piranha by hitting the block, not by hitting the piranha. Oh, and this guy, he's on the conveyor, he's gonna go fast. I mean, you know, oddly enough, the bit with the Mario costume, the Olympics handoff, was one of the first things I thought of when Shinzo Abe was assassinated a few years ago. It was a rather dark turn, but this is absolutely not one of the unbeaten levels, Aurora MS. I'm not good enough to be doing Team 0%, but I did see that they're down to about 60 levels remaining, I think, and the one that's been a massive roadblock for people, it's this level that's still the last Super Mario World level, I think, and also the last Canadian level is called like Trimming the Herbs or something. And that looks like a huge roadblock where it's a very short level. I think it does have a clear check upload on YouTube from many years ago. And it's all like bomb handling and spin jumping over piranha plants in a very tight precision setup in a way where you have to like do bomb spins against pink coins and all that. And it is, I think, very likely to be one of the last ones standing because it's the one that I think is the kind of the focus of a lot of research right now. But yeah, no, I haven't been doing uncleared because honestly I'm not mechanically crisp enough. We've been kind of going over levels by a lot of makers that I kind of feel like I missed out on back in Maker 1. Because I am mostly from a Maker 2 background. I didn't stream back in Maker 1 because I didn't have a capture card. And so we're just trying to catch up on as many interesting Maker 1 levels as we can before the servers go down, because we've run into a lot of makers who really kind of exploit mechanics that never returned in Maker 2, and we're trying to show that off as much as possible, so... Yeah, Document, I'm confident it'll get cleared as well. I mean, you've got a month to work on, what, 60 levels or so. Some of them clearly just haven't had enough attention yet in terms of plays from the most advanced players. Some of them really just need a lot of the top players to get in there and grind them out. And, you know, Team 0%, now that they're so close to the finish line, has been getting a lot of attention from some very, very technically accomplished people. I think they'll do it. But there are definitely specific levels that I think they are most concerned about right now, and definitely the one I mentioned, Trimming the Herbs, does appear to be one of them. Like, I've seen some people who are, you know, really, really technically adept players devoting entire streams just doing some mechanical practice and some of the tricks involved in that. Oh, okay. You can theoretically make it out that way. But of course we didn't get a very good bounce out of the wiggler afterwards. But yeah, the only levels remaining at this point are pretty tough, to say the least. Okay, now we've got the POW. Not the most elegant way to do it, but I guess we whack the POW to release the Muncher, and then that releases... Well, kill the Muncher, and that releases the Wiggler. Hang right, and then... Oh, this guy, okay. For some reason I thought it was going to be the Wiggler I'm standing on, but it didn't have wings, so of course not. Is a map like Trimming the Herbs possible in Maker 2? No, it absolutely isn't, for the reason that in Maker 2, you cannot pick up objects while you are spin jumping. There's a huge mechanical difference between 1 and 2 that makes a big difference to Super Mario World levels in particular, because that's where you spin jump. And so, as the last remaining Super Mario World level that relies very heavily on spin jumping while you're holding bombs, no, it absolutely does not work in Maker 2. And, whoops. Let's do high bounces here. But yeah, in general, there's just a lot of stuff that does not work in Maker 2. I think you just maybe... Oh, no, you're supposed to use a fire flower to kill the plants. Yeah, because fire flower... Oh, are you really? Let's see. I mean, I guess you're given a fire flower. That should be the first thing you consider. Oops. Hang on, let's redo this. Yeah, there are a ton of Maker 1 mechanics that did not return in 2. It's... Even in relatively simple levels that are not very mechanically complex or difficult to clear, there's a lot of stuff that changed in the engine. And then, okay, let's... Oh, nope, missed it. That's okay, we'll take this. And it'll conveniently drop me on top of a POW. High bounces, and then there we go. Okay, there we go. Almost at the curtain here. Oh. Nope, missed a bounce. We get another flower? Yes, we do. And then where does this drop me? How far? Not too far at all, actually. So we just need to catch this guy and... There we go. Off the tail. That's the goal. Yeah, this is SMB3, so SMB3 doesn't have any spin pickups, but there are a ton of mechanical changes in general that have to do with how some objects carry in each other in loose stacks rather than like tight stacks that you make in the editor. Tons of changes with the way that one-way panels operate in terms of being able to, send items through them and so on. And yeah, this level, I think, was one that could have been remade in Maker 2. This one doesn't have anything that's too Maker 1 specific. I mean, obviously, back in Maker 1, people had no idea what would or wouldn't be possible in Maker 2, because Maker 2 didn't exist. But this one, I think, it can pretty much be done faithfully. A lot of other levels we've been playing cannot be recreated. Like a huge, huge number. Mr. Electric Dude, welcome. Hope you've been enjoying the big run. Anyway, Beanstalk Bombardier. Or Bombardier, I guess. I think of Bombardier like the aviation company. But, anyway. That's how you know you're from Canada. Yeah, Electric just woke up and you'll probably play Big Run in a little bit. Okay, let's try to get a relatively accurate up throw. Oh, okay, it's going to give you... Oh, whoops. I wonder if this is just a reset pipe. And, oh, it's a hint pipe. Okay, we don't like hints. Let's do this. Very generous hint, but we're not going to take it. And then this is just going to be a vine climb. Probably need to jump it step by step then. Oh no, we just need to bomb it. We saw this interaction previously as well in one of the Tetraterix puzzles that we did. And I remember Document kind of shaking his head at me in chat because we were trying to do it timing-wise instead of just bombing the vine like this, so... We would have absolutely no excuse now to get into that problem. So we put the bomb there first. Okay. There we go. We need to grow it out a little bit more. Electricity, you dreamed you were watching my stream. Well, that's... Oh, you need to hit it quickly. Come on. Oh, probably a spin pickup. Yeah, you need to send this out a lot longer. Hang on. You think you did something with this in Maker 2 also? Yeah. Yeah, a little spin here actually does pretty well. Does this give you enough height? Yes, plenty. And then, this looks like it might be time sensitive here. Yeah, because this guy goes over. So we want to drop a vine over here and then... I don't know how this is going to drop from that point, though. So let's set this for a moment. Maybe we just drop the bomb on top of the block, and then it'll just detonate on its own when it's ready? I don't know. No, because it doesn't spawn divide. Of course not. We have to actually hit the block first to do that. Yeah, but then the timing will be fine. The timing will be good, actually, too. Get this to blow up in the right space. Beautiful. Look at that. Very, very nice. Okay, let's get out of here. Or, yeah, because then the firebar is going to light up the bomb, and then it's going to disable the vine at some point. And we'll see how that's going to look. So we do a vine climb, and it's going to stop at a given point. Now, what's going to happen with that shell? It's going to activate the next one. Very nice. So we jump from vine to vine. Whoop. While trying to watch the tracks accurately and not expecting the blade to just drop. And... alright, let's wait for this one. No, same mistake. Just totally misread it. I think mentally I keep expecting that grounder blade to drop off the bottom. And instead, the place where the tracks are not present is where I should be aiming. There we go. And then, fire car. Oh yeah, we just need to hit here when... oh, nope. That's a miss. I guess... I wonder if there's a way to reset gracefully. Probably not. It's easier to take to death, of course, but... worth a look. Alright, let's jump it. And then... yeah. Despite the camera being what it is, it's kind of nice that we just dropped directly into the clown car. That would... looks like it took some playtesting. No, missed the opportunity. Let's just wait for it to cycle around. Just maintain position without it sinking. No, oh yeah, because we keep forgetting that it sinks a little earlier than I think it will. Let's get, we've got 450 seconds to do this, apparently. This could take a while. Yeah, a bit lower than I've been going. A bit closer, too, but better. We don't need that big a distance on the shot itself, if it's going to be that low, because we're not taking it on the top row anyway. Yeah, it spawns bombs, and then we need to... oh yeah, we need to send it over eventually. Let's take a look at this first, though. Bombs up throws against the question blocks. Yeah, that's what it is. Whoops. Well, not like that, obviously. Let's redo this for a moment. Yeah, no, you just need to grab 3 bombs in a row and up throw them to complete the vine climb. Merlin, welcome. Merlin, hope you've been doing well. Yeah. Merlin, incidentally, it may interest you to know, I have been running Maker 1 mostly, and will be running Maker 1 until it shuts down in April, but after that point, I've got a pile of super worlds I want to do, yours included. And so, currently my thinking is that starting in April, we're actually going to be mostly doing super worlds for just a little bit, like super worlds in Maker 2, and or possibly even a couple of weeks, but that's current plan that we have in mind. It'll depend, of course, on some other things going on in the calendar, but... Yeah, we'll definitely let you know what's going on with that, because, you know, we've been talking about running yours for quite some time. No, you need to hit. Okay, that's why there's a door. Yeah, not only do you need to hit, but you need to hit 3, and you need to hit them accurately. Might be easier to actually just hot potato bombs through the door here to give yourself a bit more time. Not if it's in that position, obviously, but like, if you have to pick it up from the top, let's do it this way, and it might be easier. And then, oh, let's just let that go. And then here. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's good enough. Now, at this point, of course, we can't hot potato it across because we do need to preserve the existing mines. Nope. And yeah, thank God vines respawn, of course. That's the whole thing that makes this room work. Although you can only do one of these resets. So let's try to go for the furthest one first. Hey, I'm Merlin. I'm glad the playtesting was helpful here on the stream. Definitely my privilege to play those as well, as they were in development. Nope. Let's just let this one go. Yeah, I definitely want to start at the furthest extent when doing this. And that should do it. And here's the checkpoint. And then... Okay, that's fine, Clay. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on there, so... And then there's going to be another activation past that point. Oh, this will be interesting, because the next one is going to activate, but then there's going to be a bomb that's going to do a bit of a timed interaction. Oh, maybe not. Okay, no, I activated the thwomp too early, I think. If you don't activate the thwomp too early, it actually drops the vine on the next block, and then block plus bomb walk across. The bomb will actually maintain momentum past that point. Oh, can't spin jump onto that though. Yeah, you just do a big jump onto the next one, in fact, follow the coins. Okay, this guy's got to go. But then we have to go a bit earlier. And then that bomb is going to stop that mine at some point. Very interesting. Yeah, we don't want to go that early, but we do want to drop the thwomp, I think. Have to go a bit higher or possibly a bit sooner, we'll see. I might still be misreading this. Because we're not going to be able to spin off the vine for something with a thwomp here. Seems tight, but let's think about this. Yeah, because the thwomp timing is tricky here. Whoops. Well, we'll see. Yeah, you go under the thwomp. It's definitely under. And... Oh. Wait a minute, you're supposed to climb over. So, are you supposed to hit the block before the thwomp hits the block? Wait a minute. Yes, you are. You're supposed to go instantly. And you have to beat the thwomp to the block? That's not what I expected. Maybe that's what the arrow meant here. But then, wouldn't you have to avoid activating thwomp to do that? Yeah, I think you actually do have to jump it. Like, that doesn't make sense, though, because the coin trail seems to tell you how to get to the vine. So you have to kind of do the vine climb over here. Maybe you stand to the left a little bit, and then... No, I don't think so. How do you do this? Maybe you jump out. Yeah, you jump out and you land on mine. Yeah, that's what it is. And it gives you just enough of a stub when the bomb lands. Which was not what I was expecting. I didn't expect that little single tile stub there. Yeah, once you see it, it's worth the trouble. I mean, I don't mind that there's an element of figuring it out. I don't need everything to be spelled out for me here, but it takes a moment to just sort out the particulars. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about how the bomb activation would actually still give me plenty of vine to climb. Down here. Still too close. Because it's based on the bomb timing, as you can see. It's not based on the bomb jumping to the lava or something. It's based on the firebar timing. Because it's firebar plus track, it is going to be a reliable timing that the bomb hits. Which it breaks perfectly against a wall, while leaving you a climbing space. And that's a GG right after that, as far as we can tell. So we'll try to catch that. And I wonder if this little bomb walk here, incidentally, even work. Oh no, they're both on tracks. The bomb isn't stacked. Yeah, they're both on tracks, just parallel. Because I was, of course, thinking about how doable this is in Maker 2, but yeah, we need to get very clear of that. Still too close to the detonation zone. Yeah, as the font goes up, that's our opportunity to jump. I'm jumping too early, perhaps, when we're still in explosion range. We need to jump out at the last minute before the bomb makes contact, basically. Oops. Let's climb. Alright, let's try it again. Bomb goes up, and then you go. And then we're going to stay close, and we're going to wait until very late in the drop, and then that's it. And then we need to, you know, jump off the vine in a very trivial fashion, but the part where we figure it out has been dealt with, perhaps. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we do around here. There we go. GG, and I thought it might be something like that when I saw that the G's were made of coins. There we go. And let's let the Wii U do its work. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah, that Excite Bike level that you see scrolling across there, we played that one last week. That was one of Manchafu's. Very recognizable banner image, obviously. Yeah, let's keep going. The Red Menace, version 2. And then, you know, this immediately makes me think of one of those Mang Sonic levels, if you know what I mean. No, that's shell is going to hit the POW. We just need to run it. And we run it, and just follow the arrows, and maybe hit the platforms from time to time. That might be helpful too. And then up we go. And of course we need to compensate for the conveyor over there. And oh, that's a bit of a head bonk there. Am I supposed to bounce the shell at that point? I don't think so. I think I just misread my spacing there. Yeah, nice high jumps everywhere, and once again with that conveyor. But yeah, if you got Mang to make a Knuckles Steam level or something, it would probably look a little like this, I'd imagine. In that Maker 2. You wouldn't have quite as much flexibility with the conveyor stacking, of course. But... And yeah, Merlin, you haven't made a level in such a long time, you're getting inspiration for this. I mean, that's why we run this stream. We try to show off fun stuff for other makers to see. That doesn't make sense. Do I just fall right off of it and bounce? I think I do fall off of it and bounce. I should try it that way, I just... Yeah, the ceiling clearly constrains me from jumping. There's no way I'm getting under that even with an edge jump. No, there's no way. What's going on there? Oh yeah, I slowed down a little bit at the beginning. That was enough of a mistake. Really do need to hold right from the start. Shell's gonna chase you over, and then... Yeah, this I don't get. Like, I think I just need to jump better off the edge, but... It's a tight fit, as far as I can tell. Unless there's something I'm missing. We'll see. Yeah, I think I'm just jumping too early, perhaps. That perhaps I should be able to make it over, especially once the shell catches up to the conveyor. Let's bounce. Still too early, perhaps? Yeah, there's no way I'm stopping the shell, right? There's no possibility that that's going to be the input, and the timing doesn't work for that regardless. The expectation here is full jumps wherever possible. Oops, just falling off the edge here. Yeah, I think it's just ledge jump accuracy. That's really the thing we should be looking at here. It does feel tight though, that's the case. Maybe you do bonk your head and then you bump the shell after that. Like you bonk your head and then land on a shell or something. That doesn't seem right. But we'll think about the possibility, because maybe if I bonk my head, I actually do land on a shell accurately and then bounce it. But... Intuitively, though, that shouldn't be the case in a level like this, where you're sort of expecting the shell to keep going. Yeah, there we go. Okay, got it. And then... Oh. So, you have a limited amount of time to bounce back to the door for the P-switch. Yeah, I looked at the key door, and I wasn't exactly sure what bounce back was going to be here. I think just bounce back on the side, and then hold up. It's holding up into that, but then... Oh, maybe you avoid hitting the note block. You avoid hitting it because... that activates the P-switch. Anyway, long way down to Mario. Super Mario Maker. I have to wonder whose voice is that. But I wonder if that's something known. Okay. There we go. Oh, we're getting it a little more consistently. You do need to hit the flower, though. But I think you need to hit the flower without running into the... No, that's not right, because the shell is the thing that's activating the block. You get the flower and you zap the shell with the flower. That's what it is. That's the obvious thing. You zap the shell with the flower. Yeah. That's the only thing, because obviously it's a shell that's the only thing hitting the note block, and you have to stop it from hitting the note block. And there we go. Grab the flower, hang left, fire the shell. There we go. That's it. It's a shame they didn't bring such a silly thing in Maker 2. Well, that's the case for a lot of mechanics all over the place here. You're talking about the P-switch activation. Thank you for the GGs. Yeah, Electrodude, we've seen a pretty good share of intentional Lanky Mario levels, in fact, which has been one of the fun things to look at as a recurring element, as well as the Maker 1 style Big Mushroom Mario, which is not only visually unique, but breaks blocks from the side, which actually makes a huge difference sometimes. Makes entire levels possible. P-Winged Angel. For those of you who know your Final Fantasy VII. I don't actually know my Final Fantasy VII, I just know One Winged Angel is a thing. But let's take a look. And Electrodude, you made one of those as well. Yeah, I'm hoping we'll be able to squeeze in more of your levels. Maybe not the whole set, particularly not the Kaizo stuff, but... okay. I mean, that's not the way to do it. You're supposed to, you know, sustain the flight the whole time, but let's do it again. Yeah, so it's Waryutsu's P-Wing simulator that made this style level really popular. I also closely associate it with Iris, aka Death to Spies, who loves this mechanic. And then... but some really interesting setups in that context here. Interesting. Oh, okay, there is a lower leaf. I was thinking, okay, you get the fire flower, you hit the bomb, and then what? But then I wasn't thinking about the other leaf. This is the way that you're supposed to do it, but... yeah, back before Death to Spies became a music maker in Maker 2, he made this style of flight level all the time in Maker 1. We haven't had a chance to show those off yet either, but also this is much faster. But you do lose it this way. But yeah, Waryutsu's 1YMM level was, I think, the one that really brought this to prominence, so far as I can tell. It's a fantastic mechanic, very flexible. Leads to a ton of button spam, but you know, we'll deal with it. Okay, let's do this a sensible way. Nope. So you're supposed to get over to the flower, fire at the bomb right away, drop down onto the leaf, land on the second Goomba. Once you drop down to the leaf, because you still have P-speed, you can continue. But the flower shot is a bit tricky. Oh, whoops, no. You wonder if this mechanic was even intentional on Nintendo's part. Because, yeah, I guess I never checked if it works in SMB3 originally, right? I don't know, it's in some ways just too elegant to not be intentional, given that it's shared across not only both the Maker games, but all the different flight power-ups as well, and that, you know, you have a whole bunch of stuff going on with squirrel or propeller logic that's not based on P-speed necessarily, but based on the enemy bounce as a way to sustain that state. It seems like it is a consistent choice in some ways, given that so many different flight power-ups have something similar going on. And I think it's pretty well established at this point that the mechanics available in the original Mario games were much more expansive than what was actually tested in the levels themselves, hence the continued health of the ROM hack scene. And just a lingering sense of attachment people have to a lot of the mechanics, particularly to Super Mario World. And then, there we go. Let's be a little more accurate here. You guys gonna give me some room here? No. I feel like I shouldn't have bounced into first Goomba. You need to go up to the flower first, and then sustain 2 Goomba bounces. I wasn't sure about the bomb timing. We don't land on the Goombas at all on the first pass. That's how I'm reading it. But then I wonder if I'll still have enough P-speed at that point after... I can't believe. We'll have to go back and see that. No, wrong way. Yeah, you do have plenty of speed. Because you just bounced on the Wiggler to the left of the one-way panel at that point, and so it should actually be flower and bomb first, for sure. Oh, also, I was trying to get back to the start there. That didn't work. Yeah, Super Mario Cape, as Document was saying, is one of those things that has so much more intricacy than what any average vanilla player will discover. Oh yeah, even in the... I mean, I played all of Super Mario World originally, having absolutely no idea what happens when you just do a cape flight with a spin jump. Because when in Super Mario World do you ever need to do that, right? Papa and Bean, welcome with a party of 7. Let me give you a big shout out. So even basic stuff like the cape spin, like the spin fly, when did you ever need that, right? Hope Mario Kart 8 was going well over there, Papa and Bean. Thank you so much for bringing your audience in. And Bean Minute's going to ask for number 33. Let's have Mario fall to his death while we cash in on that reward. And yeah, Electrodude, I mean, you know, it was very convenient that the raid happened just as we were resetting back to the start here. Anyway, let's treat you folks to number 33 since Bean Minute's just requested that in the chat, and then you can wait a little longer to actually see me play Mario. So this is William Shakespeare Sonnet number 33. Where's my reading screen? Here it is. Full many a glorious morning have I seen flatter the mountain tops with sovereign eye, kissing with golden face the meadows green, gilding pale streams with heavenly alchemy. Anon from it the basest clouds deride with ugly wrack on his celestial face, and from the forlorn world his visage hide, stealing unseen to westward this disgrace. Even so my sun one early morn did shine with all triumphant splendor on my brow. But out, alack, he was but 1 hour mine, the region cloud had masked him from me now. Yet him for this my love no whit disdaineth. Suns of the world may stain when heaven's sun staineth. And then we'll reset. Thank you for requesting that one, B Minutes. And, yeah, Mario plus Shakespeare. Definitely a fine intersection to have going on. That sonnet just now, of course, that you heard was precisely about flight levels in the angry sun. We totally missed that. Even as you did a whole presentation in college about alchemy and character arc in Shakespeare, which character, or are you just talking about like some kind of structural device in general, just out of curiosity, if you remember? And here we go. Okay. Nope, I keep facing the wrong way. I keep trying to, you know, back out of it. You don't need to back out of that. You actually just need to hit the wall and then do a straight drop. Because the flower pickup is right by a wall. So you just let go and you do a straight drop. Hang on. Let's do this again. No character in particular, but you combine the idea of alchemy with character change, I see. Yeah. And here we go. And up we go. It's sort of funny because colloquially we still talk about things like whether characters have chemistry or whatever, and you know, it often has absolutely nothing to do with chemistry. Okay, so we were supposed to grab the spring. And we were supposed to drop it to the right, throw it to the right, rather. We're supposed to bounce on this guy here and then throw it, I think. Because, of course, you know, we never know what's going to happen with the Maker 1 wall bounces, whether things just fly wildly off track. So we'll take the arrow seriously. We'll throw the spring in this position, and then the chomp is supposed to activate a P-switch for me from that point. That's what's supposed to happen here. Just needed to take a moment to read that, so pardon the repeated bouncing there. But yeah, I've known a couple of people who worked on sort of history of alchemy. More Renaissance era. Actually, I mean, you know, it's Shakespeare, we're talking Renaissance anyway, but... Yeah, Takuma Rako, this level has a really good idea. Yep, it does. I mean, we've seen a lot of levels that use the bounce sustaining the leaf in different ways, but definitely the platforming setups in this one are very unique and quite unlike the other levels in this particular subgenre or mechanic that we've seen. Like, some of these interactions are definitely pretty special, so... Okay, straight drop, and missed. But it should be a straight drop and you just fire repeatedly, I think, to make sure you hit the bomb. The alchemy thing was just the idea of change, yeah. The only thing I remember about a presentation that I might have done in a Shakespeare course back in undergrad was that I did a talk that was about King Lear. And I said something to the effect of how the moral of the story of King Lear is never trust a Reagan administration. That's the only thing I remember. I don't remember the substance of what I was actually saying, I just remember the line. Okay, I have trouble grabbing this because the thing is, I tend to keep my finger off of the dash button when I'm doing a kind of repeated tap because I find it really difficult to tap the jump button for the tail flight with the base of my thumb rather than the tip of the thumb. we have to adjust around the fact that we do need the pickup on the spring, which mechanically is going to take a bit of a change in how I like to play the leaf. Oh, also flower first. We're going to lose speed. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Okay, never mind. Anyway. Oh. Yeah, still got it. Okay, got it. Toss. That'll work, that'll work. And you run it. Get the Goomba. Get the Goomba again. And then dodge. There we go. Oh, wow. Didn't expect to get that little bouncer. Oh, because the P-switch actually expired. The P-switch expired just at the right time for me to jump off that block that was off screen due to the airship camera bob, so. Airship camera bob to the rescue. That's something you don't see every day. And the Beaven is saying your final thesis for your undergrad was a 16-page paper on how Shakespeare should be both modernized and preserved at the same time. Well, I mean, you know, from a kind of theater person's perspective when it comes to presenting the material, yeah, that's something that I think is a going concern very often. And given just how many people, you know, do Shakespeare in modern dress to try to comment on something about the applicability of the overall structure of the plays and characters and such. I mean, the last time I watched a production of Othello, I think, was actually at the National Theatre in London, where they kind of did it in a modern military setting with, you know, kind of 21st century military fatigues in a base and everything. And I saw a really interesting outdoor production of A Midsummer Night's Dream once too that was actually kind of set in the sort of present-day culture of the traveling people of Roma, which was kind of interesting window into that as well. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Shakespeare is that, you know, you don't need to do it as period Renaissance material in order to convey the idea of doing it faithfully, right? Because this is theater, and, you know, even back then, it was always playing fast and loose with history, even with the original material. If you're thinking about, what is it, early 17th century audiences watching plays about Julius Caesar or what have you, right? You know, it's transporting them well out of time. Leaping with the Fishes. Volume 3, Version 3. Let's make a leap. Yes, I mean, certainly some things don't age well when it comes to people trying to do the hot topic at the time. But I think when it comes to any kind of interpretive context like that, that things are naturally going to be hit and miss, and it's still worth a certain degree of experimentation from the director's perspective. But I don't know, I'm not a theater person, I'm just making this up as I go. Minutes incidentally, I don't know if you've ever seen the film Chimes at Midnight. Or if you're familiar with it. It's kind of late period Orson Welles, back when he, you know, mostly had no money and was working in Europe. But Orson Welles basically, I mean, Orson Welles, you know, he was kind of born to play Falstaff, as you might imagine. But Oh yeah, if you love Orson Welles and you love Shakespeare, you really, really have to see Chimes at Midnight. But it's basically Orson Welles playing Falstaff in a film that is kind of like a recutting or cross-cutting of the Henriade. And so he basically splices different parts and even different lines and parts of the Henriade together into a film that is kind of centered around Falstaff's fall from grace as an advisor to King Henry, and it's a magnificent piece of cinema. And the thing is, it's, you know, something that is a take on Shakespeare that's very uniquely cinematic rather than something for the stage, as you might imagine from Wells. And Beeminus, you were also born to play Falstaff. Yeah, I think you were. Sure. But I mean, I don't know if that's a part that you've really had a chance to do professionally, but anyway. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Very fishy here. I wonder if the coins are optional, or there will be pink coins at some point here. Let's let the fish fly a little bit further. Yeah, Beeminus, it's kind of like how, you know, you have some actors who just spend their lives waiting to age into the role of King Lear, right? Where they really want to play Lear, and they just kind of need to ripen to a certain point to make that happen, and make it convincing. Yeah, whoops. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not an actor. I don't have a dream part or anything. But I assume actors in general, but particularly on the stage, do have a kind of dream role that they eventually want to get as a role. I'm thinking that that's probably intuitively true. I don't know if that accords with your experience of being a theater person, being around other theater people, but... Oops. Yeah, let's try to find a consistent pattern here. We haven't quite landed the sort of specific intended timing here. I mean, the coins give you a pretty clear path to aim for, but... Yeah, you all have dream rolls, but it comes down to whether you can realistically pull off the roll. That makes sense. Okay, pink coins look like they're going to be in that segment after checkpoint later, so maybe they'll all be in one segment. So here, you let that jump. It is a red fish, so it would be sustained in position and come back towards us, presumably. Nope, not quite. Nope, too early. I think you need to wait for it to come back. The spacing to work. But we'll figure it out. Yeah, that's going to be too far here. Oh, no, it bounces back this way. Because he's red fish, like we were saying. There we go. Oh, I thought you did get a part in The Little Mermaid. I didn't know you were just auditioning for it. I know you had mentioned the part that was, of course, originated by the late, great René Auberjonois, also known for playing Chief Odo, Constable Odo in Deep Space Nine. That was kind of his major non-Star Trek role that I associate him with. He was the chef in the original film. He was also in Always Sunny. Okay, I've actually never seen It's Always Sunny, so I know it's been running for ages and ages. It's not something I have any exposure to. Yeah, so you're supposed to hit all the coins, but then what do you do with that? Your favorite comedy show? Well, that's a ringing endorsement. Yeah, my sort of familiarity with television comedy is almost entirely British, I think. But okay, so you need to lead all the fish over a little bit because otherwise I wind up in a position where they're bouncing back too soon. And let's not miss it. But we want to generally hang right so they don't deflect backwards too early. Document, there's under 18th season or something, so it's still pretty new. Yeah, by like Simpsons standards, you know. Yeah, I'm not too much of a TV series person to begin with. I think it's mostly because video games take up all my time, to be honest. Or rather, take up all the time that would otherwise be going to television for a lot of people. So you manage to fit in, you know, both video games and a lot of television series into your lifestyle. That's impressive. That's, I mean, so obviously it's something a lot of people manage to do, but I have no idea how. Yeah, lower bounce over here. That other fish was obviously going the right way. Just need to stop here. Yeah, we don't want to go too far left. Maybe we should kind of take it a fish at a time, or... Nah, no way. We want as many as possible to be alive for some of this. There we go. Whether we can do it reliably is a different question, of course, but... This bit over here practically feels like jumping on a boo ring with a boot, as we've done in some other levels already. Your audition for the chef went really well, and they laughed, they were tuned in, but there were about 200 people auditioning. Wow, yeah, I guess, you know, it's... the big Disney production, that would make sense. I know something that people have sort of commented on, if they're sort of plugged into the stage world, is just how titanic a presence Disney has nowadays on Broadway and on the West End. I mean, you know, we kind of know that, but in terms of like being the big commercial influence that just kind of guides and subsidizes the whole business at this point, where like I sometimes hear that described as the big cultural change in Broadway over the past 20, 30 years or so, is just how dominant the Disney live-action productions have become. And yeah, you want to get back on stage. Yeah, after all the teaching you've been doing, sure. Because I guess, I mean, the last time you would have really done a lot of theater would have been before teaching, right? If I'm not mistaken. Like, professionally. And I think it's sometimes difficult to, you know, sort of adjust around major life changes like that. I mean... But no, I totally get the feeling. I am currently, I think, on my probably the lengthiest absence from playing music professionally, and because I've been off it lately for a bit of time, and for various reasons, you know, just moving and other job commitments and other things like that I won't get into. But you know, the sort of path to working something important in your life back into a routine where it's not going to fit in quite the same way. I think that's a problem that requires a lot of attention to figure out. And a lot of patience in some ways to make it happen. So, yeah, Document, I do play the piano. You were in a Vegas show 7 nights a week back in 2019. Yeah, I mean 2019, exactly. Okay, there we go. Okay, we'll cycle over, make some space, and we need tons of momentum. No, we don't need tons of momentum, we just need to kill as many fish as possible, or rather, clip the wings of as many fish as possible to make them jump over, but we need to do so while staying to the right. Yeah, of course we should. I was so locked into the mindset of thinking about it like, you know, boots on a boo ring that we didn't think about the obvious, which is cycle through the fish while they're available. And yeah, B-Minus, you started teaching and you were also losing weight. Yeah, after the whole COVID transition, which I think was also a pretty substantial reason why, you know, so many people in the last few years networked on Twitch, of course. That it absolutely boomed in 2020. It's funny because I got set up with my capture card a couple of weeks before the pandemic. I mean, I was kind of aware of the early stages of the pandemic in China and later in Europe when it sort of arrived in Italy first around February of that year, I think. And it kind of had a sense of how serious it would get, but I was sort of getting into casually streaming and getting my capture card set up and everything like right before that with no idea what was coming. And it was an interesting position to be in. Not something I capitalized on really, because I wound up taking a lot of 2020 away from streaming for various other reasons anyway. You know, I did a few weeks and I had to be off for a few months due to a conflict and so on. But it was interesting to be kind of at the epicenter of that shift in entertainment culture that was happening at the time, I think, or at least major disruption, if you'd call it that. Okay. I'd like this to give me a bit more space. No, we need to clip all the wings, stay on the right, just get everything to jump over. Yeah, you're just trying to get your life back. Totally understandable. And yeah, it's funny to think about that. At this point, streaming is one of the most consistent long-term things I've done on the internet. Because, you know, usually I might be very active with a particular community or field or something on the internet for a time and then maybe burn out of that, change accounts, lose interest, etc. But it's sort of interesting to, you know, kind of have that in the background of your life, but of course always accepting that unless you really are like a top-tier partner or something who's doing this as your main job, you know, streaming is definitely not forever. It's not something that you should just kind of get locked into at the expense of everything else that you want to do. And yeah, even it's 200 pounds. That's incredible and very substantial. No, I remember you kind of noting your progress with that last year. And yeah, definitely one of those things where, you know, it's one of those things you can look back on and say, okay, I got that done, right? That you were able to achieve it, and it's kind of nice to look into that rearview mirror and be able to say that about anything that looks so daunting at the start, you know. And okay, and then lead another one over here, probably. Let's not kill all of them. Oh, let's not kill all of them. There we go. And then, yeah, we would expect to have that one bounce back on the next jump. Let's wait for better timing here. And then, there we go. Hit a bit of a snag along the way, but we're here. Just mushrooms, okay. And then, oh, yeah, it's gonna be flight form here. And yeah, Duncan, that's a lot of human to reduce. And yeah, definitely very substantial effort. You thought it would be funny to beat a chef as a final fat roll, yeah, but you can still pull it off with your charming personality, I'm sure. Just not this time around necessarily, but yeah, I mean, I hope at least the auditioning process was invigorating. I think sometimes, you know, going through that again just as a process is already very good for one's mental health in some ways. You know, having known some people who have gotten back into things like music after a very long absence, just needed to develop that familiarity with putting their craft out there again. No, still haven't found it. Yeah, and there we go. Loosen that up. Oh, well, you need more. And totally missed the first one, but we got the second one. Oh, good, they refresh. This is nice. I mean, this is kind of like a little victory lap sequence, which is not to say we'll necessarily succeed, but this is just kind of showing off that this timing works, but it's kind of a beautiful finish, so. And yeah, don't commit. Folks don't often gain substantial weight without extended periods of ignoring their own well-being. Yeah, it's like that with a lot of other you know, personal problems that take a lot of course correction. Various forms of, you know, addiction or depression or other things like that. Like, there's usually some kind of cause, like a very identifiable cause, or you know, you don't get that way just from a lot of extended neglect. There is some underlying problem often, I think, and which is why it's all the more satisfying to be able to look back at that as something that you resolved or work towards resolving. Blocks of a feather. That level had a Grand Pooh Bear record, yeah. Yeah, we've seen some pretty interesting names on the records across a lot of these levels. I totally didn't catch that it was a Pooh Bear record, Grand Pooh record. Good catch on that one. So yeah, this is just about changing the track pattern from lopping off the wings. This is going to be an up throw. Don't know if there's a particular reason why we'd want to take the Goomba with us. Oh, probably would have spin. Too late, too late. We needed to read that slightly earlier. Yeah, B-Minutes, I'm glad you enjoyed the audition. But yeah, not surprising that it would be that competitive. Whoops. I mean, you know, people just grow up with Disney as their audition book at this point, I think. You know, you can just spin off the Goomba right away. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. Okay, there we go. And let's well, cycle it around this way, slow it down. Oh no, we need to pop it many times, and there we go. And up after this bit here. And then, are we going to get that shell eventually? Yes, we are. And then we need to take the shell to the left and probably up throw it into something that we haven't seen yet. He invited you to come back to... Hang on, let's do this bit first. Audition for School of Rock. Jack Black is an absolutely fascinating character, actually. The more you learn about him, like among people who are, you know, household name celebrities and such, he's someone who has come off to me for various reasons as genuinely very interesting. Like, I recently heard, for instance, someone was asking one of the, you know, former Scrabble champions and big Scrabble streamers, Will Anderson, Wanderer15 on Twitch, like whether he knew about major household name celebrities showing up to local Scrabble clubs and such. And he said that he heard that, yeah, Jack Black actually did like show up to the LA club at some point, and they put in a couple of very reasonable games in competitive Scrabble. Jack Black also married into a jazz family. One of the Hayden triplets is his spouse. The three triplet daughters of the great jazz bassist Charlie Hayden. So, you know, he's kind of, you know, in a jazz royalty family himself. And of course he played Bowser, which I don't think that really needs to be elaborated upon for the audience I have here, which knows it's Peaches, Peaches, Peaches. And yeah, you're not a rock singer. Well, you know, fake it till you make it, apparently. But, okay. Yeah, no, you're supposed to grab a shell and then hit that on the side, and then because it's supposed to deflect and slow this question block. Once you slow this question block, then it's able to go up the vertical track and dodge the thwomps. So that's why you keep the shell until that point. And then the thing about Maker 1 is dropping the shell. Oh. Yeah, no, you're supposed to just whack all three of these, yeah. You need to hit them accurately. Or maybe hit them when they're all in a stack together, like you... Actually, I'm not sure. Let's take a look. But basically, you need to keep the shell valid and alive, and then that allows you to send it to the last segment, which then allows you to slow the block that you're riding and send it up the vertical climb. Yeah, Takuma Rako, you have a great day as well. Thank you for dropping by. And up we go. Yeah, we just stand still here. And there we go. That slows it down. Look at these arrow indicators rather than those ugly, like, C-shaped tracks or whatever that people were so fond of in Maker 2. Beautiful, look at that. Ending there, that sort of verification step that you managed to catch all the blocks. Okay. And then you need to hit this multiple times until it slows, yeah. And then, after that, yeah, we do need to jump up. Oh, did I need to grab a shell with me? I don't know, but... yeah, we did. We missed it. You're supposed to take a second shell with you and bring it up. That's okay, now we know. You cannot do track indicators in this level. No, absolutely not, just given how much it would disrupt track movement. Would just get everything to drop into the wrong place. And and also to add too much visual clutter. But no, come on! Oh, we missed it. And the B minutes, there are more auditions coming up. Yeah. Oh, those are going to be fun. Oh, come on. It's going to take too long. Oh, we got it. Now, before the shell wakes up, we need to whack this. And then, let's toss it just in case. Oh, no, that was too risky. I was thinking just toss it to, juggle it a bit and make sure the shell stays down. But and there we go. Anyway, let's take it up. And slow some more tracks. Oops. Not so much. Let's try it again. And yeah, welcome Drop Trip. One thing that, I mean, I don't know how evident this is from a sort of viewer or maker perspective. From a streamer perspective, one thing that you definitely discover with time is that sometimes I kind of want to take a lot of the people who are sort of, very, I guess, openly opinionated about level design in chat, and just kind of put them together in the same channel or the same room, and just let them argue it out for a bit. Yeah, because many times I just kind of want to say, okay, you're entitled to your opinion about level design, but you should really meet this other person, and it would be funny. Okay, so yeah, this was just a little challenge here to slow this block to get it up there, but oh, we can actually reload it here. Okay. Oh, no, we shouldn't do that. No, never mind. I completely forgot the other side of that pipe was actually just a straight drop. Didn't even think about it. Oops. That was a reading chat. Anyway, let's do this. Now, a little bit of time pressure on this repeated throw is alright, considering that, it's a bit of an accuracy test for a very simple up throw, and that I failed that accuracy test repeatedly, which tells you that this idea works. Now, oh, no, that's a bad idea. I wonder if we can salvage it, actually. Probably not, given that oh. Watch it. Oh. Toss. Yeah. Killed by the time pressure that we were just talking about, obviously, but, that almost looked like it would have been a very fancy case of salvaging that from defeat. Oops. Okay, maybe not so much. We've got a second shell, though. That'll work. Okay. Alright, let's just take a dive here. Yeah, no, Drop Trip, I don't mind repeating content. I'm not somebody who believes in short levels. I know that people who are particularly attuned to harder levels of difficulty, particularly Kaizo, like, they really, really don't want to repeat content. I am someone who absolutely adores things like the marathon finales in recent Mario games, because I actually prefer sort of medium hard difficulty over very, very long stretches of consistency. And I bring up the game Ukulele and the Impossible Lair every time this conversation comes up, for a reason. But Because that's... You know what? We don't even need a shell for this. We just need to hit this repeatedly until it goes. But we need to hit it 10 times, which we're not going to do, so that's fine. No, I absolutely don't mind repeating content. I mean, it depends on the kind of design that we're talking about, but... You know, there's kind of a whole spectrum of patience when it comes to different streamers and players, when it comes to things like repetition and checkpointing and pacing and so on. But I'm definitely on or close to the extreme end of generally not complaining about checkpoints, and especially not complaining about length. So, what was the Pooh record that we saw earlier? This was, yeah, Grand Pooh with this one. Yeah. Look at that fro that he used to sport onto me here. Totem Pole Trials. Yeah, 1.4%. Exactly. It's pretty relaxed. Anyway, Totem Pole Trials. I mean, you have to remember, too, this was 2016. It's a lot of people kind of playing around with concepts, and it's sort of nice, in fact, to go back to Maker 1 and have a lot less that has been standardized into received wisdom about level design. Yeah. Just to see how people have pushed out against the limits a little bit. But... Okay. Yeah, we probably need a bit more momentum going into that drop there. I thought about that as we're doing it. And it's like, yeah, let's maintain momentum and just keep going. And then here we fire the shell. Yeah, because the shell's just going to bounce back and forth and kill the spiny and drop the blaster. Yeah, that's it. And then, yeah, a bit more momentum, obviously. Let's jump it. And then we should be able to fall accurately. Or maybe we need to jump on a bullet. Let's take a look at that. Let's also not fail on the easy stuff. Yeah, oh, dry bones there. I totally wasn't even thinking about it. We'll just bounce on it repeatedly until it goes down. And at that point, we don't need to maintain quite as much momentum going into the next drop, so... Yeah, let's just build up a little bit. And then, oh, we missed a window of opportunity. Very slight window. We should lower the bones a little bit further. It's going to go up naturally anyway, and then we can just kind of hug the wall and make it up. Let's not flub the same thing over and over. Yeah, no, it's only going to go down to that lower limit here, so... Let's squeeze in. And then... Oh, came just a little bit short. Down arrow past that point. Well, let's see what that is. There's a reset door there, too. Probably because... you can... kill off a little too much there. Yeah, because you can... drop on the right side and then... Boos effectively work as some kind of item throw gate. And then what's happening with bones? Yeah, clearly you need to get some kind of column drop there to maybe, yeah, get the boost stack out of the way, drop the blaster. I think. I'm not exactly sure how that stack looks, but we'll try to make it happen here. Yeah, and you could reset through here if you have a problem with it, but then... Ah, yeah, you reset if you haven't hit them both accurately. Soft drop here and just cut them both down. Yeah, that's it. And then here... yeah, we should have taken a first bounce, but... First bounce over to the right side, and then... continue from that point. Yeah, accounting for the fact that this is, of course, Maker 1 on a decently popular profile. Definitely the clear rates look low for what I'm seeing in some ways, but I think that's because like you have a lot of conceptual checks here that have been new to people. So we need to catch this when it's falling. There we go. Soft drop this. Then here. Fuzzy over to the other side right away, I think, and then like, and then that way. I don't think we necessarily need to do that. I think we can just go directly to the next stack, but we haven't looked at this carefully enough yet. Good old David P. resets, exactly. Very generous about them. As we've amply demonstrated. Okay. And yeah, I'm just looking at that arc and thinking, can I actually make it directly over? Because jumping on top of the second shell on the bottom did seem to give me a pretty comfortable repositioning. And it seemed like it was probably the reason that it's stacked like that, you know, with big, small, big, but it might also just be done for height adjustment reasons. Let's catch this as it's going down. Catch this. Drop. Then, yeah. Yeah, we kind of want to hug to the left there without hitting the muncher. Again, it's probably not necessary, but... Uh-oh. Let's take the long plummet. World record attempts eat away percentages. That's absolutely true as well. For sure. Super Mario Maker. I should get that sound clip and use it for some kind of stream alert, I think. Super Mario Maker. We lost momentum again. Oh, we didn't actually. Let's try it again. And down we go. And no, not quite. Yeah, given the kind of adjustment we need to make to go over that muncher in the first place, I think we're definitely not falling all the way to the red Koopas. I would doubt it. But, oh, let's pay attention here. And then drop. Drop. Yeah, the height wouldn't work otherwise to do that. And then we just send this down. No, we don't. Wait, if we don't... Maybe it's just a soft drop over here. No, I don't think it hits the Koopa at all, though. Oh no, we just bounce this. And then we send it over. We definitely need to clip it down another spot. It's just I'm just thinking about what we could have done differently here. Yeah, that's a bit of an item order problem that we need to puzzle out here. But... Oh, it's actually just encouraging me to do soft drops across the board. I just didn't notice that with down arrow on the first spiny there because... Yeah, it's encouraging me to do soft drops everywhere. But we just didn't think about that because, you know, the previous deflection worked perfectly well. Let's wrap around a little bit cleaner. Yeah, because otherwise we would have become more accustomed to this hitbox working perfectly well on the drop. it works better than you would assume, basically. I just know that Document's got his Bill Blaster offset notebook out. Anyway, let's do this. And down here. And then wrap around. Yeah, it's kind of a difficult one to position, but we'll try it again. But once you see it, you can generally fall in pretty cleanly in most of these locations. This spot is the one bit that feels like it's more of a mechanics check, and then yeah, and you just jump down like that and clip the shell. That's very satisfying, actually. Yeah, that was really interesting, actually, that you just cleanly hit the spiny that way instead. Oops, that's why there's a checkpoint. Because, you know, you've been doing drops or throws this whole level, you wouldn't necessarily think about just carrying the shell down with you and clipping that tile. Down towards the Koopa at that point, obviously, and you just drop the blaster down below to open that gate. Let's pay attention. It's gotta be right side though, right? No, left side to just drop the blaster. Yeah, left side because then you have more room to bounce. And then, because you need to give the blaster a little bit of time to fall down on that. Tricky, because we don't have room to jump. Maybe we do need to go right. It's okay, we'll figure it out. So I was thinking maybe we go left and then hang there. But no, oh yeah, because it has wings, yeah. And then we need to bounce towards the question block. We just aimed it poorly. Yeah, because of the forward momentum of the Koopa carrying this, that we can't really bounce to the left. We'll just miss, as we saw previously. I just didn't think about clipping the wings there, which we can do as soon as the Koopa is over that pit. Yeah, very clean, and then we bounce up here. Okay, and then we bounce on top of the rocket wrench after it comes out. And then Goomba up to the blaster, and then Goomba on the right side, probably. Yeah. We have to fall towards the Goomba and kill the plant at the same time, I think. And maybe we bounce back up here, and then we can jump across. Like that. And that doesn't quite resolve the problem. Oh, yes it does. We can just jump on a wiggler. Oh, whoops. Slipped there as I was trying to build some momentum. That was careless, but we have the solution, I think. That is the way to do it. Unless there's a cleaner position for the firing at the piranha there. Okay, that was almost a miss, but we got it. Fire, please. There we go. Yeah, we do need to fall in this way. And then let's wait for it to come down, and we'll just bounce on a wiggler repeatedly. And as it comes down, we... Oh. Get on top of this, and then crush, and get it. Yep, a little slip to my endless demise. Definitely, Merlin, the sound effects in this game convey that feeling very, very accurately. Okay. Then we have another resettable bit over here. Now, is the spike top going to crawl somewhere at some point? I feel like it is going to. No, it's not. It's just going to do that. Well, we just drop this. And yeah, despite how the one-way panels look, we can in fact just pop all this stuff and probably just deflect like that. And then, do we need to sneak in? Yeah. And then checkpoints right there, so. One of your favorite things about Mario Maker is having to figure out what to do based on your interpretation of that maker's design. Yeah, exactly. Where you just kind of think about, like, you know, would this person do this? And what do we know about the way that he sets up resets, or the way that he conveys information, or the way that he indicates? Whoops, no, this is the reading the chat death. I mean, we're kind of doing that with normal platformers all the time, right? Like when we talk about how awkward things like soft locks and SD locks feel, what we're actually doing is saying that typically we have these tacit expectations that Nintendo doesn't do this stuff to us. But when you're playing Mario Maker, you don't have that, right? Like when you're playing Mario Maker, you kind of need to rebuild that expectation from scratch. Let's just do back and forth on the first Muzzy. Yeah, no worries about reading the chat death. That's part of the streaming experience, and I'm used to it by now. Oh, that's what the second bounce is for, I guess. Let's see, I'm totally not reading this accurately. But let's say we do this, and correct momentum a little bit better. But yeah, it's really satisfying to just kind of reverse engineer someone's specific design language. Especially if you're doing what I'm doing and just kind of playing a whole profile at a time, right? That you get accustomed to that. Whoops, yeah, again, 2 bounces on that side probably. It's funny because that actually treats Nintendo as an active entity in this. Oh yeah, of course. I mean, that's the main reason why Maker is just totally unlike any other user content game. I totally didn't disassemble this the right way. It's unlike any other user content game in that most of the players coming in are already Mario literate, right? Like you have generally at least played some mainline Mario. Even if you are somebody young who came in with NSMB or something, you know, you played some Mario if you're getting into this game, generally. It's very much a game for people who have played video games, which I guess doesn't explain the whole refreshing special thing, maybe, but yeah, okay, no, we definitely need to leave a tower up here on the right so we can actually make it up this column. We should just go down to left side and then go up to right side, maybe, I don't know. No, you definitely need to lower the right side somehow, though. Let's see here. We're just not reading the sequence. Yeah, you definitely need to lower the right side a bit, but what do you do about the mushroom top? The thing is, I'm not holding still here long enough to actually see what's going on. Yeah, no, you definitely need to leave the top Buzzy alive here, I think, and the reason that is that eventually we'll need it in order to jump over the right side column. Yeah, we need to create a back and forth setup that allows me to climb back up to the right side column. Like this. Just like that, except we need to position this a little bit better. That's the pattern. Mr. Electric Dude, refreshing levels are like the shorts of Mario Maker. So the funny thing is, Electric Dude, I totally misread that message as saying refreshing specials are like the shots of Mario Maker. Where you just, you know, guzzle them down, I guess. It's only really enjoyable that way. But particularly with what you said afterwards with feeding the brain rot, I totally thought you said that they were the shots of Mario Maker. It's the beer pong of Mario Maker. I had to get Kavik back in here to make beer pong panic. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, we need to unstack and then create a ladder. The arrows actually don't help me here. Understanding what I'm going for as a target helps me a lot more than reading the arrows, because the arrows don't tell you anything about how this is going to come together in sequence. Or that it's consistently a double stack all the way up and down like that. So, because obviously from the camera you can't see that all the buzzies are double stacked. And if you do see that they're double stacked, then you understand that you have to disassemble it in 2 passes, the way that I did. Anyway, after that. So yeah, the YMM levels we had previously recorded, and I still have those recordings kicking around on Twitch. We should actually put things on YouTube or somewhere more durable at some point, even at the expense of the chat logs. But yeah, the Pow Giveth, of course, was a really fine level here that was about disassembling things like blaster columns. And yeah, this one too has spin spelled out in coins, which is one thing that the document was talking about earlier, as far as indication goes. So we're not going to play it today, but that one was definitely a fun one, and it's kind of interesting to see some of these other levels, particularly with what's going on with blaster columns as leading up to this one now, and particularly with a lot of the POW usage as well that we've seen up to this point. Let's take a look at totem poles in the sky with diamonds. And once again, you're going to have blaster columns all over the place. So. Oh yeah, let's do the high bounce, obviously. Wasn't quite confident in my camera view here, but that's the obvious thing to do. And then... yeah, okay, we actually did read that correctly. No, spin jumps. Spin jumps all the way down. I was looking at this and thinking, oh, can I actually just fall down to the mushroom platform? Let's just spin jump. And yeah, this kind of double-sided blaster interaction is, of course, something that we're just picking up from the previous level. And in keeping with that previous discussion, I'm reading it this way because of experience with the previous level, in some ways. Electro Dude, you love this kind of stuff combined with auto-scrolling, yeah. That's what auto-scroll is for. Whoops. Okay, let's hug the wall a little bit more tightly because it is a moving wall. We need to compensate for that movement. I only just noticed that the arrows tell you to kind of point back and forth as well if you haven't seen that before. Which does not mean we're doing it very accurately, but... let's spin jump. Then... oh, okay, no, here we go. Let's let it move a little bit closer, but I was wondering what was going to happen. Oh, got a mushroom even. Then, let's wait for it. Auto-scroll does give you the spawn consistency that we're looking for. Damage boost also made this potentially salvageable if you did read the overlap in time, but I didn't. Anyway, let's wait. A lot of mushrooms all over the place, not that they help you. Apart from the additional point of damage you can take, which isn't really going to get you in position for any jumps, so... it really doesn't even matter that it's so generous about the mushrooms, that's the interesting thing. Yeah, because if you do a standard jump, you just land on the piranhas, you can still survive that. Alright, let's make it over this way, spin. partly a blaming the camera moment, perhaps. But yeah, I kind of want to go a bit lower in that spin, or maybe even a little bit further, so we don't bump the pipe. Particularly if we have to mushroom at that point, which is actually a bit of a liability when it comes to headroom on a pipe. So. There we go. And we have a lot of time to wait for this bit here anyway, so... Oh, sure, we'll take it. No, we needed to go... Yeah, we need to wait for everything to sink a bit lower, perhaps, until the right side buzzy is reachable. Notice, too, that this is another level that requires a lot of loose stacking of objects to remain valid and to carry momentum forward. I feel like a lot of this stuff does not work with Maker 1 physics, like once you unstack, because of the way that unstacking works in Maker 2, but I may be wrong. I have occasionally been confusing myself when it comes to mechanical differences just by playing so much of both games. But a lot of this momentum transfer of loose stacks seems to be more of a Maker 1 thing. That was survivable, technically. Just not very easily. Oops. Okay, let's keep going this way. And then, yeah, a bit of a momentum issue there. As I was trying to hug the wall into that shell bounce. And then, yeah, still kind of reversing the poor timing. It's kind of tricky because we do need to hang left in order to hit the buzzy in the first place, but we do need to reverse out of it very cleanly afterwards, just like that. There we go. Let's not go too late. And no, we need to hit that much later than I did. Otherwise you get into this issue where you're too late. Yeah, I went for the lower buzzy much too early. We needed the right side in position, I think. We made that mistake previously, but... Okay, salvage that. Yeah, that was the kind of save that I was thinking about earlier as something we might do. Okay, let's let everything go down a little bit, just slightly. And then we can make it out. And then, what's down here? Checkpoint. Good thing we didn't miss. No. We could have done a spin jump out of that to salvage it as well, but... We'll just respawn at checkpoint instead, that'll be slightly simpler. I feel like we needed to grab it and clip the piranha with the shell as we jump over. That's something, again, that we learned from the previous level as well. Speaking of taking experience with a maker with us from level to level. Because that was the interaction in the previous level that I found pretty impressive. Yeah, momentum on that second spin there. We clip into the piranha like that. This is a spin jump, and we totally flip it. But yeah, that's exactly the thing that we did with the column with the spiny gate in the last level. Sort of interesting that it requires that second high bounce there. And then set it down, I think. Then what do we do here? Hit this first? Yes, and then we need to ride it up. Oh, no, too late. Didn't realize how time sensitive that would be, but... That's okay. Whoops. Feels relatively straightforward, actually, from this point. We've broadly figured out what to do. Spin jump. Notice that as soon as I jumped. Yeah, holding into the second spin here is still... It's a bit of a moment of surprise there, but... And, oh. Yeah, then we get up here right away. On the blaster. And down before we get squished. Or we could have just let it pass, but... Who wants to do that? Oh. And... I don't see the ground here, so... Oh. Probably a reload point here. It is. Yeah, I thought so. In case your timing is off from hesitating on the camera the way I did. Okay, no, that unstacks anyway. But do we want that to unstack? Or do we want to hit all three? Yeah. You want that to unstack quickly enough, perhaps, that you can jump over the blaster afterwards. Nope, missed it. You know what? That's okay. We can just jump it like this. I feel like we're really late on this. But we made it. I'm amazed that this is as readable as it is. Oh, spin. Oh, very interesting. Just letting the spin take care of that for you. No, we just need to float normally here. This is a bad idea. We just blew everything up. That's okay. Yeah. Always have to make some snap decisions about when to do the slow fall here. But if you see a Buzzy as the landing point, then obviously we should be doing a standard jump. This should have been a spin. Yeah, it should have been a spin. No, we can just whip it on the way up, though. We can just whip it manually. Yeah, whip it manually. That should be the way to do it. Funky interaction, you're saying? Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. There we go. Now we float over here. Very nice. And then, yeah, we just clip everything. Except we're too slow. Too slow. We just need to do it faster. That's all there is. Okay, and then up here and through. And we'll even hit the gold tape. Yeah, that one was great, just with all the loose stacks falling into place very cleanly. Let's keep going. How many do we have left? A fair bit. I don't know if we'll finish it today necessarily. I actually kind of doubt we will, just given our current pace, but we'll do as much as we can. Typically, we do a Maker 2 on the Saturday night, Sunday morning, but for the remaining weeks of Maker 1, we may swap some of those streams over to Maker 1 just to cram in more content. So it's entirely possible I'll be back with more David Pinkston and probably another maker tomorrow as well. We'll see how much we can clear today while we're at it. Ascend into Clouds is going to be a Sondheim level. By the looks of it. Ascend in the Clouds. Anyway, let's... yeah, crouch jump over here. That's what it is. And then you have to let it lift you. But you have to let it lift you while you're in a crouching position. That's interesting. Very interesting, actually. The cloud might expire, though. A little too soon. And we'll need another one. That's okay. We know what it is now. Except we lost a cloud. Just have to let this one expire, I think. Yeah, very unique cloud interaction right from the start. Just crouch into it and let it push you while you're riding. Then we fly down. And then you do have to crouch through that, and then I should have jumped out of that, but that's okay, we have a cloud here, so. Where am I going? I feel like we needed to have another cloud available at this point, or maybe something like the cloud kicker interaction. It is totally the cloud kicker interaction. Yeah. Don't we know this actually specifically from a document level? Have we ever seen David Pinkston and document in the same room? Just asking. Okay. Hang on. You can kind of pick it up from the wall. It's tricky, but no, doesn't quite make it. No, there is a very, very specific level in Maker 2 that I'm thinking of in relation to this mechanic. Dang, you thought you incorporated it first? Well, I guess you didn't check Maker 1, but that's okay. We forgive you. Didn't get a very good kick out of this anyway, so... yeah. We kind of need to do a bit of a crouch jump for it, I think. In order to give it enough momentum. Yeah, the cloud's just a little bit slow there. No. Maybe I need to kind of... well, I mean, you know, this cloud's going to expire too quickly at this point, but... yeah, that one looked like it would have done it. But 7 Samurai Pancakes, welcome. And then, yeah, not quite. Needs to be just a little bit further. This is definitely the mechanic, it's just that we're not very good at doing it. Maybe we should take the indicator for the diagonal jump more seriously, and perhaps that's the problem. But because we're kind of jumping straight up, and maybe we need to exit a bit earlier. No. We have tons of momentum on this, though. There we go. That's much better. Oh, too late. Too late to even check it. I feel like time is going to be the biggest problem in this level. Huh. But I feel like that's not far enough, but we'll check it. No. More levels need cloud shot at their cannons, yeah. That's generally a good principle to live by. That's still not far enough, I think. No. Yeah. There we go, that's much better. To get right up to the wall. Much, much better. Oh, we need to lower this. Yeah, that's too late. We totally forgot about having to load donut block separately. And regardless, the cloud had been hanging around for too long at that point anyway. Let's grab it and ride. And down. And then what do we do with this? Probably needs it to push, yeah, here. There we go. Checkpoint right as it expires. Let's get another cloud. Do we need to hit everything? Probably to create platforms to get across. Or maybe. Oh, no. It's, let's think about this for a moment. This... Yeah, because don't we need to load something on those tracks then? Isn't the idea that we need to load something on those tracks? Let's think about this. Or do we just sail right across it and try not to hit anything? Yeah, okay, yeah, these are invisible blocks. We need to hit everything on the way over and create a passage that will eventually allow me to jump across. Yeah, that's what it is. And if we're running out of cloud, oh, we do want to respawn another one as much as possible and go back and forth. We can go back and forth as much as we want. We have plenty of time to do it. We just need to not die and make sure the next cloud has room to spawn. So the best way to do it, I think, is to go back and forth as often as possible and then switch clouds. And do it until it gets done. And then spawn another cloud. And then... yeah, just... move on. Now... P-switch over here. Why would we want a P-switch? Because of this gate up here. We'll switch clouds until we know what we're doing. So, what are we doing with the P-switch then? Yeah, let's just try to stay alive for a bit while we figure this out, because we need to hit the P-switch and then wrap all the way back around and probably jump all the way across after the reset door. Oh, no. Too late. Hang on. No, I really don't want to be stuck in this cloud. I want to jump across. That's okay. We'll wait this one out and try it again. And yeah, it's a fun setup for sure. 7 Samurai Pancakes. It's... yeah, because basically we want a platform across, which tells me I should open up more platforms here. Just for safety. We don't want to die to something silly. Hang on, let's get another cloud here. Cloud, please? No, too late. Speaking of dying to something silly, we just took too long with that. No, we know exactly how it's going to go at this point. We hit the P-switch, then we run all the way across. And yeah, again, staying alive is the most important thing here. Let's grab this for expiry. Yeah, we might as well go back and forth as much as we can. And get back into position for the next cloud. Get on top of the blocks if necessary, in fact. And we'll just hit as much as we can because, yeah, I think we want to run across the one-tile gaps here just to maximize speed. Minimize issues. Get out of the cloud, hit the P-switch, and then run. Oh, no. We did everything right up to that point, too. We just slipped. But yeah, that's the way to do it. Eventually. I've been trying to hit it just by sailing up to them, but accuracy has left much to be desired. But yeah, document, you know, the cloud kicker interaction might have happened here first, but, you know, it wasn't like it was the focus of the level or anything, so... Definitely seen it since in a much more elaborate form. Okay. And then, yeah, let's just try to open up as much as we can, just so we can dash across cleanly. Not bump our head against the ceiling too much. And then now at this point, we're ready. And no, we're not. I mean, we are pretty high up in the sky, so can't fault Mario for taking his time for that fall. Let's just get over as soon as we can. Change clouds. Then yeah, we'll catch some more. We'll do that one on the way back. Yeah. And catch a few more. At this point we have platforms that we can land on for safety. On the way back, I think we got everything. Let's do it. This is gonna be too slow. Way too slow. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's okay. Good thing we have those platforms there. Could definitely see where we're losing time on that specifically. Yeah, glad we opened everything and oh, missed. Timing was fine that time. Platforming was not. Run it. There we go. Got it. Okay, now we've got some flight. Then... oh, we need to kick this across, yeah. But then... it's not going to be alive for long enough. No, we're going to lose it. Oh, but we'll have that, which is good. That works for me. Yeah, and then we just blow this up. Except... yeah, we actually want the cloud to the left until the gate blows up. Actually, we don't even want to kick the cloud over. I'm still sort of in cloud kicking mode and we shouldn't be. It doesn't really help me there. But we do want to fill in every block. That was what we discovered, is that there's good reason to do so. Now, we'll do more of that later. Let's go back, switch. Then finish filling it with this one. We get everything? Yes, we did. Nope. Yeah, on a Wii U gaming head in general, I felt like a lot of my jumps off edges have felt pretty sluggish. Not just in this game, I noticed it previously when playing Super Mario Advance 4 as well, that I'm just not as quick on a button on this gamepad for some reason, unless there actually is some kind of back-end mechanical change that is secretly driving me crazy. But okay, over here. Yeah, fill in everything we can, and then just make it over and not die. And we'll just finish this so we can run it all the way across and run it. Just there we go. P-switch still active here. Does that make any kind of difference? Not really. I mean, yeah, not really. Okay. Yeah, we're not going to reach that at this point. Let's just wait for another cloud. We'll try to stand in a position that'll allow me to drop down. Yeah, arrow here just tells me to drop that. Okay, that works too. Let's wait for cloud here. And yeah, that'll clip it, that's good. Spectacular miss. Just the easiest kind of drop. Anyway, that's alright. We made it pretty far. Let's take what we learned and keep it. Filling everything we can. Ash Ketchum, welcome. Hope you're doing well over there. Okay. Oh, let's jump it and hit this one. There we go. And then we just need to fill in a couple of these maybe. No, we got everything. Let's run it. Then back here with a leaf. Okay, now... yeah, again, let's wait. Just let it expire. Easier to let it expire. Then jump. Sit on this. How am I today? I'm doing alright. Playing some good Maker as usual. Okay, now this is shortly in a slightly better position here. And then, oh, Fire Flower. Hang on, let's take a moment to read this. We need to whip it. And whip it twice. Hang on, let's get another cloud. There we go. Then we jump down. Nope. We didn't really need to do all the jumping, actually. Let's, well, I'll do that a bit more cleanly. That seems like it was the end of that segment, too. Okay, let's fill things in. Cloud, please. There we go. Anything we don't catch, we'll catch on the next pass. Whoops, nope. Hang on. That was totally accidental. Just kind of squeezed ZL on the gamepad when I was adjusting my fingers a bit. Let's not do that. We've done that a few times actually on the gamepad here, just with the way I'm holding it. Had the occasional accidental spin jump. Anyway. Then, let's see if we can get the next one here. Pop all that, and then what are we missing? Take this one, and go. There we go. Okay, let's not miss. Yeah, this one, the kick never works anyway. You know what? It actually worked that time. We just did it too high. Let's wait for another cloud. We're not speedrunning this. We can afford to do it slowly. And then we want to move the camera to lead the blaster column all the way there. And then it's going to give me another cloud. Let's whip the flower. Pick flower up. There we go, much more accurate. Switch back. Let's wait for another cloud. Then, that doesn't match that door, does it? Oh, yes. Get through the mushroom check and check one, and then let's see what the finale is. More clouds. I said more clouds, there we go. I guess we should probably take this guy down somehow, but how do we hit him with... do we just nudge like that? Yeah, I guess we do. then we just switch... Oh, okay, we need to bop as many of these as we can and then switch back to another cloud. And then not die, of course. Yeah, I'm sure we actually need to hit all of the blocks. And then at their initial spawning position, that's going to either create some kind of necessary platform or... Oh, yeah, so we kind of need to do the side swipe like this. This is a very unique interaction as well. I've hardly ever seen something like that with clouds. And, well, yeah. I don't know if we need to activate 100% of them, but until we see what's going on with that, let's just hit as many as we can. While clouds are still available and in position. Yeah, really interesting kind of kick there. And let's make sure we can get another cloud. Another... Oh, no, that blaster fired to the left already. That's why it wasn't giving me another one. Because it still had a live cloud that was up and running in that spot. No, we should not be too ambitious about everything we've been hitting. Yeah, because after this cloud expires, yeah, there's another P-switch that will encourage you to run a little bit. After this P-switch expires, we don't know where the platforms are going to be located necessarily, but we clearly haven't made enough platforms yet. Let's wait for a cloud here. And hit as much as we can. Over here as well. I don't know how this will eventually look once you've activated everything, but... Oh yeah, it gives you a passage to run all the way down up top. That's interesting, actually. Let's activate the P and let's go for it then. Oh, and then we need to hit the bumper. Yeah, we jump towards the bumper, we bump up there, and then we go all the way up and all the way back down. That's what the placement will be for all the blocks that we've been activating. Yeah, I do see what I'm supposed to do now, we just need to do it. Yeah, you just go up in this position and then back down. Let's hit everything we can. Which is apparently not much, but that's okay, we'll come back here and catch absolutely nothing. Let's refresh the room. Or just respawn some of these. Whoops. Oh, nope. Just trying to get out of there in time. That was not quite it. Okay. Kick. And kick. Switch over. Just hit everything we're able. Now we stay on the right, then maybe the next cloud spawn will come back in position here. I was trying to land in that and then jump out back towards P-switch, but we totally missed. That was very easily salvageable. Let's kick it again. And switch. I just hit everything in this position. I think it's going to be comparatively simple. And then we wait for cloud spawn on the right side if we can. Or just jump out right now, and then that seems to be probably the fastest up we could have done it. Are we going to miss? We're going to miss. Yeah, the bumper tripped me up a little bit, but... as did the conveyors over here. That's okay, we know how this is supposed to work, we just need to do the platforming segment. Not die to it too badly. It seems like I've got a pretty good pattern at this point for activating the blocks as quickly as possible. Yeah, we'll get this. And grab the rest as they spawn in on camera. Oh, we missed one. It's okay, we'll wait until we can activate that. We can't take chances with the low headroom heading towards the P-switch. Yeah, Merlin, you feel like making a new level, but you can't decide what theme and game style to use? I mean, you know, it depends on whether you already have a mechanic in mind for it. Yeah, so we have to create this whole passageway. Make a nice, clean passage down to the P-switch gate, and that's going to be the goal already, so... Nope. I keep thinking that we need to back off a little bit to get on the conveyor belt without hitting the spike. The spike ceilings are definitely tricking me out a little bit here. Okay, let's grab some of these. Oh, no. Let's get... Well, I was about to say get out of here, but it was a bit of a panic move. Coming out of the blinking cloud that was about to be at expiry. Nope. Yeah, Merlin, I think sometimes the best approach is just mess around in the editor until you see what sticks. Oh, whoops. You're thinking about a level themed around shells and their uses, and you've never done that. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff that I've been, in the past, playing with in the editor when it comes to some of the shell wake-up and respawn logic. Particularly with kicking Koopas out of shells in Super Mario World or 3D World. There's a lot there that's still unexplored, I think, but which is really difficult to, you know, actually design a level around. There's still potential for new mechanical ideas there, I think. But it's very difficult to communicate that. Because you can do some really interesting things with moving unshelled Koopas and some other trickery. Just very difficult to get it to play cleanly. Yeah, totally doable in one segment. All of this. So let's just try to... Oh! Oh, I never destroyed this? Did I? I completely forgot to destroy this. That was awkward. I completely forgot to do this. Let's push it. That's okay. We've got everything else activated. Just get out. No, that's what I was afraid of. This little jump here needs to be very crisp. So yeah, we've done everything else. We're just dying to the platforming at this point. Oh, push. Then oh no. Can't really afford to mess if you're going to risk doing everything in one go. Oh. Bit of a tricky intersection here, but doable. Eh, come on. Semi-solid's just pushing me out of the way. Yeah, we'll need to do a second pass. That's okay. Let's wait for it. Then we'll grab that block, and then we'll try to do the rest of this a little more cleanly. Yeah, it's just that one block over here. And we finish the steps. And try not to die to the spike blocks. Oh. Such a simple jump, but I think, you know, the fact that it's so high up on the camera at that point and the camera hasn't scrolled up is throwing me off a little bit when it comes to trying to aim that intuitively. Oh, yeah, we missed it this time. We'll have to do 2 passes, probably. I think we'll have to, yeah. Let's just do a second one. Should have just skipped a P-switch. Could we have switched to... skipped a P-switch, rather? We didn't take a look at that, so let's try that again. I already broke this open. Yeah, just 2 more of these. Okay, that's simple. Yeah, we could have skipped a P-switch if we... Really... Oh, no, too slow, too slow. I just completely lost track of what I was doing. You almost redeemed switch character and then you realized, yeah. Unfortunately, it's not up to me to select the mystery mushroom here, particularly in SMB3. Oh, let's, yeah, we forgot the Koopa. Let's just do it. Just switch clouds again afterwards. We missed far too many blocks, but that's okay. Let's just redo it. Skip the P-switch? No, we failed. It's okay. Let's wait. Make sure I've caught everything. Wait for the cloud. Yeah, I just missed this one. That's the only one. Now let's see if we can actually get on the conveyors this time. Nope. Well, that's the kind of thing we're dying on, unfortunately. It's literally the only thing that we need to do in order to get clear here. Okay. Got all that. Yeah, I have this. I'm not worried about clearing it. It's just a matter of trying to do it cleanly. Oh, too late. No, also too high. Yeah, the spikes over the conveyor are very, very inconvenient. I mean, the spikes over all the blocks that you activate are just part of the design, and you're going to fall past those anyway, so it's just a jump restriction, but getting on the conveyors turns out to be mechanically the hardest thing here. For those asking why I haven't been doing the Team 0% levels, that's why we're not doing the Team 0% levels. We don't have that kind of finesse. But I highly encourage people to watch some of the other Maker 1 streamers who have been working on some of the last levels standing. About 60 at this point, I think. We're close to it. Oh, I went too slow at a P-switch here. Let's loop back to the P-switch and try again. We want to make sure we have a very, very clean attempt here, where we're totally attentive to what's going on. Let's try it again. Will we make it? Yes, we will. That's the clear. Yeah, very interesting levels. Just more ideas about clouds and could reasonably fit into this level, and yet it fit. We spent some time on that. That's one of the longest ones we've done so far, probably. In part because some of the resets were very gentle, and we kind of took our time per attempt. But yeah, absolutely packed with ideas, that one. One screen, hop to it. Well, let's hop to it. And the other ones labeled one screen so far have been really, really quick. And usually just a single concept level, but we'll see if that's the case here. They're not really big multi-step puzzles, rather, at least not so far. So yeah, single screen, you get to see what's going on here. You get on the other side of the door. And then we're able to take damage, which means I can lower the top platform. Once we have a damage boost, we can lower the lower platform, but then we don't have a mushroom at that point to bust through the bricks. So we need to think about how I can lower the platforms while being in a state that will permit me to open up the bricks on the right side. Let's just see the interaction for a moment. Because yeah, basically if you take damage here, you can lower the platform. You can indeed lower both platforms, but sure what that will do for me. Because let's say you do this, right? Oh no, I know what it is. It's the SMM1 hop. I know exactly what this is. I know exactly what this is. It's the warp whistle secret. It's very difficult to make a level that requires this, but we've done enough puzzle levels that we know it. So it's the warp whistle interaction that only works on the white semi-solid like it did originally in SMM3. And so this is just a level that showcases that in Maker 1, which, in 2016, I'm pretty sure most people did not know this. But we've done a couple of puzzles in 2 that require it as well, so it's familiar. GG on the warp whistle, exactly. Da -da 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 -da. Which, as many of you probably know, is also the fast travel melody in A Link to the Past that is shared with the SMM3 warp whistle. Align the vines. More bombardment of vines, maybe. I feel like that's somewhat likely to be the case. Yeah, it's going to be Clown Car busting the vines like we did in the earlier level that we saw. Was it Beanstalk Bombardier? Or Bombardier? Align the vines. Let's do it. The refinement of the earlier idea. Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of that going on. So we send a vine up first, and then we use the Clown Car to bust it. And also give me access. And then, yeah, this too is also the same kind of thing as before, where you slow the track, send it through the middle. Do we seriously need to... Oh no, we just need to bump the Clown Car and jump out of it. Yeah. And deflect it. Time is somewhat accurately. Do a bit of precision climbing. This might have been the level you were thinking of. Yeah, it could be. In terms of this mechanic. Oh, that's interesting. That I didn't realize what was happening there, but I guess that's it. Do we want to hit low or ground pound it? I think we want to ground pound it, given that we want to climb down. So, yeah, we'll let it come up and then we'll bust it. That's near the end. then a little bit of a boo check here, so you don't just try to drop down quickly. No mind if you know how to do that kind of precision lineup. And then, yeah, we needed to hit the bomb first and quickly, but the down arrow gives you a potentially useful spacing for that. This one could have been a YMM easily. Oh yeah, of course. Just needs cake. Okay. Yeah, this little sidekick here is pretty neat. I often find that the clown car deflection is just one of the biggest pains to play around mechanically, and then seeing it in a very controlled use here is very nice. Okay, let's move. Then drop down, and then here we go. Okay, we drop it, and then... Okay, good, we got it. Was a bit concerned about that one. But we made it. And what do we have here? Big guy. Wrong way. We need to send it over here anyway to... Well, I mean, no, we need to hit it with the small shell so it goes up. We did everything wrong. Including that. No, we hit it with a small shell to send Divine up, and then we hit it with the big shell to bust a block. That's... Yeah. Very interesting stuff, for sure. Merlin, wasn't there a crazy glitch in a Japanese version of SMM1 where you could use another warp whistle on the warp whistle island? Couldn't you always do that? With, unless we're talking about totally different things. Because don't you just use 2 warp whistles normally to get to world 8 right away? Unless you mean something different by warp whistle island, because that's what you typically do, right? You get both warp whistles in world 1 and use them in conjunction. Whoops, that's a miss. Or is it? Yeah, it's a miss. Yeah. You're probably talking about something completely different than what I'm thinking of, as far as out of bounds goes. There's a warp whistle on the warp whistle island. Anyway. In a Japanese version, you could actually get out of bounds. Okay. Yeah, that's not something I know about. Yeah, Merlin, I feel like I might have seen that in something like a speedrun video. I can kind of visualize what it is you're describing to me, I just don't know what the glitch is. Or how the warp whistle is involved. Yeah. This intentional clown car deflection, that's a lot of fun. Just a very interesting idea. Just send it through the wall like that. Oh. Nope, missed and squished again. Yeah, Merlin, I have no idea what the trigger would be for that. I'd have to look it up. Okay, send over. And then send this over. Then punch it. Okay, we've been making that mistake like every time because I've been missing the jump, and then if you do it that late, the squish death just becomes a massive liability. Oops. Alright, let's head on up. Deflect. It's never going to get old. Oops. Yeah, the balls just line you up conveniently, and then let's not get squished. And the bomb over here just gets everything to fall into place. Ground pound on this guy. Ground pound on this guy, rather. Ground pound on take 3. And we'll just wait. And bust it down now. There we go. Not die to something too trivial here. Just gonna take it patiently. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, so we know we don't... Well, we don't do that. Unless we can despawn it. No, I feel like we want to reset at the pipe. And it... I was trying to enter the pipe. Was that late or is that not enterable? I actually can't tell because of Maker 1 having the potential to make stacked one-way pipes. Just spin jump. Yeah. Why didn't we think of that? Imagine doing things the intuitive way. No. Bad timing. Yeah, Merlin, feel free to put a video about a glitch in Discord. We'll look at it after the stream. Okay. And let's up. There we go. I actually got it that time. No. Accuracy would be nice here. And let's wait. Okay, there we go. We'll just pop our way in. And look at that. Imagine that. Doing things the intuitive way. Okay, let's try this again. Shot, please. There we go. Let's knock ourselves out with it. Now, we need to time this properly. Okay, if it hits, it hits. I mean, you know, if it sails over, then it just doesn't activate the mine, so we're okay. Yeah, thanks for that, Merlin. We'll take a look at it later. Yeah, so this is one of those checkpoints that drops you below if you die, and then that gets you past the saw blade check. Everything's packed pretty tightly, as you can see. This looks like it will be a Grimhound.
Oh no!
We could have maybe planned that a little better, but... Yeah, this being Maker 1, you can still see the previous segment. And are we freezing it? Oh! Oh! Oh, no, we need to send it up and we need to catch it. We hit the block and we need to catch it at a specific timing. That's neat. That is very neat. Wow. Yeah, so we actually want to drop this and miss, but that's the interaction. That's very, very cool. It might even be cool, but it's definitely cool. Pretty cool for a lava level. Okay. This might take a while. Alright, so some time, that's not the issue though. The issue is just blowing this up accurately and then survive the lava drag just a little bit and then dismount. There we go. That's a nice way to turn this into something timing sensitive. No, we need to slow them down roughly at the same time, I think. Otherwise yeah, well, we need to activate both of them like we did in the previous segment that shows you how to do this. What is this doing? It's telling me... Yeah, you launch this in place in advance. And we know this kind of spring physics from the POW level earlier as well, which the POW is kind of bouncing back and forth, definitely. Oh, whoops. Let's not die like that, though. Yeah, document. There are a couple that I would want to add. I mean that my list was extremely tentative and incomplete. I've easily seen enough in this game to make my own list of 100 if I really wanted. And this is definitely one I think I'll keep locally for myself anyhow. Yeah. I think that POW one earlier kind of belongs there as well, in fact. The one that we did at the beginning of the stream today. Some very, very unique mechanics, but yeah, a lot of this stuff is just really interesting. Yeah. But there are definitely a couple of interactions here. Rather, we've seen the interactions before, but we haven't seen the setups before that make the way that you trigger the interactions just completely different from what you would normally expect. Where, you know, the thing that I have found really quite fascinating about so many of these levels is that the interactions may be new, but they never take very long to figure out. Like, you can just kind of intuit what's going on from the way the level is set up, or the thing that is required, or the steps that you're being taught. Like, I don't have to do a lot of puzzle solving necessarily to find something interesting going on. And a lot of the mechanics are just kind of set up to write themselves that way. Makes it look so easy. But yeah, I mean, this stuff here, right, you know, where you do exactly the same kind of intended target interaction that you saw earlier in the level, except, ooh, good thing that lined up. You just have a totally different way of setting up the double hit. I feel like we're supposed to get this. Yes? Is it just me, or is that a reuse of a vine that we had seen previously? No, I don't think so. That's a kind of blank segment above. It'd be very impressive if that were a reuse. We needed to lead something over, didn't we, to bust this over? I didn't look at the climb card at the bottom. Yeah, we need to send this over, obviously. We bump it, and it's going to bump all the way across. That is so neat. It's going to stay on screen here, right? I do hear the sound effect. I think it has not despawned or anything. Look at that, perfectly in place. Amazing. Yeah, just look at the way it puts the ideas from the previous rooms together. That was... Yeah, you're saying that's kind of David P. saying he'll find something cool and try to make it mandatory in the easiest way. But yeah, the way this level gets you to piece previous interactions together is just absolute magic. Anyway, we need to send these up. Do we send both of them up, or we send one of them down? I think we need both. But then if you can't hit one of them from below because, like, shellmit becomes a problem. But then you can always take damage if that's an issue. I feel like shellmit requires ground pound. Let's assume we need ground pound in both. And then why would we? They would overlap, right? And then, so why would we want to do that? Because you would need... break it. And then you would need to break the other one over on this step. Now, I feel like, yeah, that's a little off target here. We need them to be right beside each other so we can climb continuously. But we have the right idea, we just don't have the right spacing. It's going to be ground pound on both, for sure. And we lined them up in two different spots that are very, very visible. Okay, let's just try to bunch them up together so we can make a continuous curtain. Hopefully the climb will succeed here. Good. And we play a precision level for a bit. Because we do need a spiny hat at the end to break this up. Okay, we need to not break this yet until it is time. And then we need the thwomp to hit this one. And then we climb up and... yeah, I think I did need to sustain this in position. And then we have to climb up the other one and then do something with it. Let's wait for it to come back. This part especially is something cool and intuitive that you haven't seen anywhere else. Let's take a look. The previous part, yeah. Yeah, now we basically bust these one at a time. In order to wait in position for the next interaction to line up, because it's not going to line up naturally, we do need to make it work. And then... oh, all the way up to ceiling. Yeah, there was some really interesting off-screen tech we saw in a previous level of this as well. Oops, lost the helmet. Yeah, we do need to keep the helmet past this part. There was one previous level that we saw earlier in the week that was all about the off-screen collision logic, where, you know, you can stand on stuff for a while off-screen, but not interact with enemies. And I don't know how Maker 2 even handles some stuff like that. I think it usually just sort of walls you off. But anyway, here, when the munchers are way off screen, off the top of the screen, you're okay, you're invulnerable. But I have to basically stay on the vine, I think. Not fall down. But let's wait. You need to wait this one out. Or is it coming back? Seems like it's been off track for quite some time. I think we just missed our opportunity. Yeah, no, because it falls off the track on the right side there. So we do need to reset it. Alright. Yeah, do need to get everything on the first cycle here. Just okay. We bust this and we have to hit immediately. Like that. Yeah, because otherwise it does sail off the right side of this track. Just climb as far as we can. Oh! Yeah, no, we need to climb all the way up. That's what it is. You climb all the way up, no collisions when you're off screen. You just hold up continuously, I think. The further up you are, the better off you are when it comes to that fall later on, so. Yeah, so we climb, and then try to get on the top of the vine. And here we go. Yeah, the little clown car bump race earlier, that was just so many ideas put together at the end. Oh. And hang on. I think we want to bust this down as quickly as we can. Then, do we have enough room here? Yes, we do. And then that's a G, G. Yeah, absolute classic, this one. 100% a keeper. Yeah, because each of the individual particular mechanics in this is something familiar, but the way that it was put together into those individual sequences was just really something to behold, so. Yeah. Look at how underplayed this thing is too, right? It's like 72 clears historically. What's up with that? I mean, you know, by Maker 1 standards, that's still pretty good traffic, but relative to the mega hits that people know. Anyway, propeller performance problems. Let me see how many we have left. We're not going to finish it today, but some of these are more of the easier traditional ones, but oh, actually, we're just a few from the end. We'll see how we're doing given clear rates. We'll see if we can push. But if we don't, then we don't. But these have been really fun set. We can't tell anything from the clear rates because, you know, I think, like I said, just because of various knowledge checks or puzzle checks, like a lot of clear rates have been lower than what one might expect. Okay. Hang on. We need to maintain the boost. We need to maintain the boost by trying to get up into the pipe first of all, and then we're not getting into the pipe. Let's think about this for a moment. I think we need to get to the right side and then wall jump up to the bones, and then... Now, does that make sense? No, it doesn't make sense. Because we need to eventually maybe go up the pipe and then come back out of the pipe to drop in on the bones. I'm missing something very, very obvious. Like wall jump, wall jump. Yeah, we can't reach the pipe, but then if we can't reach the pipe, what is going I mean, you know, this is... Yeah, the pipe is the eventual exit that we need to get to. That's what it is. And then we wall jump over here, and we just wall jump all the way up until we eventually come back. Perhaps. Yeah, we want to do some spin wall jumping, probably. Actually, no, hang on. Let's grab the propeller. There we go. Oh, no.
Oh no!
Wall jump up to the Koopa, and then wall jump up. Yeah, so the whole idea here is that you disable the propeller. For now. And you have to do a level where you're actually at a bit of a disadvantage because of the way being in the propeller form limits some of your regular mechanics. Particularly when it comes to the spin. So it's meant to disable you, but we should also assume that we are meant to keep the propeller for the end. Probably for some other propeller required gate upon landing somewhere else. There we go. Spin like this. There we go. And then, oh, that's interesting. Now, I mean, no, we need to get all the way back there, and then the POW is going to remove the munchers. Removing the munchers gives me access to that floor, which then gives me access to the propeller at that point. So we basically need to escort the POW all the way back and survive all the way back, taking into account some of the enemy respawns that we get. Okay, that's what it is. No, hang on. Yeah, because of course we don't just get the spin jump. The fact that we don't get the spin jump. Wait a minute, but then you can just kind of drill down to the spinies though, and you can still normally. Let's put that because yeah, propeller alters a couple of things here. Okay, spin, spin. I wonder if we should have just... No, yeah, we can't do that. You see, the thing is, you're supposed to spin on Goomba and spin immediately back to the spiny without landing. If you land, then the propeller interferes with your ability to spin jump. You need to spin the propeller first in order to get a normal spin wall jump. What we're doing. I'm reading this correctly. Is to have a clean path over the spinies on your return route. Okay. No, spin, spin, spin. No, that was a mistake. Yeah, you get on top of the Goomba, and then you stay on top of the spinies with spin jump and follow the POW over, or let the POW follow you. One of the two. Okay. No, hang on. But yeah, I see what it has to happen, and I see it exactly. I just need to execute it at this point. Okay. So yeah, Goomba back to Spiny. Yeah, very interesting level in that we are kind of using the propeller as anything but a propeller. Oh, no. You know, it's okay because if we make it back to the front, it's okay if we lose the propeller so long as we get back to this point here where we can regain it. The propeller's not even doing anything for me at that point. As long as we get over here with the POW still alive, we're in good shape. So the thing is, what kind of propeller check could there even be going right to left? We'll see. Yeah, if we just do all this. Then follow it over. Nope, no. We need to just fall in. We messed it up.
Oh no!
Okay, let's hop in here. Then, oh, nope.
Oh no!
Slightly terrible intersection over there. Hey, let's do it again. And yeah, you do need to bounce it in order to get out of the propeller descent, which disables so many interactions, including just good old wall jump. Okay. Now, let's not go too far off while we wait for the POW to do its thing. Actually, yeah, we do need to get across that somehow, and I hadn't thought that far ahead when it comes to how that's going to happen. Oh, hang on. Okay, there we go. Well, let's get back there and figure it out. I mean, there's no way I'm hitting the POW at this point. Oh, no.
Oh no!
Should have just gone left there instead of trying to go for the wall directly above the Koopa. No, yeah. Right again. Then we'll wrap around over here. The height works surprisingly well. Spawn the POW, we'll get ahead of it just a little bit to minimize interference. I'm not exactly sure what this is.
Oh no!
No, you land on the POW and then you use the propeller while you're standing on top of the POW. That's what it is, yeah. That's why you need to keep the propeller up to that point and you're not allowed to just take damage. See, it would have been not using the propeller as a propeller for so long that it didn't occur to me to use it as a propeller. It's a bit of a blind spot there. That yes, we can in fact still use the power. We just need to land on the power first. Oh, no.
Oh no!
But yeah, that's all it is. You land on top of the POW after the wall jumps and then boost yourself all the way up. And at that point, you get to land on some Goombas on the other side of that, which then, in maybe... well, let's see what it is. I don't think it's a Goombas. Hang on. You can land on something on the other side of that anyway, which means that the propeller getting into the spin state will not be a hindrance from that point. Nope, missed. No, I need to get on the POW sort of on the left over here. Otherwise we have some issues. I mean, I guess I could have made it a little further as well, but... you need to apply a little bit of finesse when it comes to positioning the wall jumps over the munchers. We'll try to do that a little more accurately. Okay. We'll try over here, leave the POW in place so we can wait for it a little bit. There we go, and then we'll land on it again. Oh, yeah, wait, no, that's okay. It's pretty lenient actually once you get to the ending. And then there's just a propeller check to make sure you didn't, I don't know, cheese your way up here some other way. That's it.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah, a really interesting case of a level that takes advantage of usually the biggest problem with the propeller making Mario feel weaker. Just by getting that interaction out of the way is the main state change that you experience for the bulk of the level. Let's keep going. So yeah, so this is from Super Discord Brothers 3. This is one of several Discord coordinated Super World projects that I believe was managed by Pinkberto. I don't expect that we'll actually have the time to play through the Super World in full in its original layout. But we did previously encounter several of the levels that were in these projects on individual maker profiles, including Pinkberto's profiles, which is how it kind of reminded me that these existed. I believe SDB3 was actually the first one in this series. There was one for World afterwards, as well as for SMM1, as well as some other spin-off projects that were coordinated by other makers. But this will be a contribution to SDB3 that is called Clouds and Fort Thwomp. It's going to be deep in World 7, but still with a pretty high clear rate. So let's get back to some traditional, to some extent, I guess, for the first time in some time, perhaps. See how we do. And yeah, just why don't we just punch it? There we go. And then This just gets you a little bonus over here. And then into the maw. And yeah, the swamps are going to eliminate the clouds as we go, so we try to keep our heads somewhat low. Maybe not that low, but you know what I mean. Anyway, we've seen the one up top, so let's just come down here and yeah, we'll take that. We actually do want to drop this out of the way so we make some room. And I think we just fall through. And then... Oh, okay. Misread that completely. Maybe we are supposed to be in a damaged state at that point to make it through, but didn't really have a chance to look at that accurately, and that seemed a little odd given just how much earlier you hit the mushroom. Well, we'll see. Yeah, you just need to be quick before they disable the clouds. You need kind of trust, given how long the camera takes to scroll with you, that things are going to go as intended. We've previously seen exactly this kind of setup from a different maker, I think. Exactly this kind of descent. Maybe it was even in one of the other Super Discord World levels that we come across, but I'm not exactly sure. Oh, no. Kind of lost track of my P-speed there. Anyway, yeah, we're supposed to... Well, I mean, we don't have the leaf now, but... Looks like having the leaf there would have potentially opened up some possibilities. And then... Oh! Yeah, we should have just trusted the coin trail, perhaps, and that would have been safe. Definitely feels like I've been misreading more in this ostensibly traditional level than I have in many of the concept pieces that we've seen up to this point. Anyway, it was fine. And, oh. Sniped just in time. From the Thwomp's perspective, anyhow. Anyway, let's head on up, keep our heads down. And try not to get sniped too badly. Now, do we actually have the opportunity to do much of a run over here? Yeah, we need to disable both these gates. That lets the Thwomp come down and open up way down to the clouds. It's well, oh, donut blocks. Let's not stand there indefinitely. Okay, send it down. Let it take itself out, and then see what lies in here. Oh. Yeah, so the Thwomps are going to maybe restrict some space here once we're sufficiently careless to grab the key and die with it immediately. Okay, let's open this up again, this time with a no leaf to help us out. let's have another round with Junior. Oh. Yeah, I might as well just stay roughly in one spot for now, just to knock him down a little bit. And that's it, that's the goal. Sure, we'll try to push a little further. I mean, it would be a shame if we had to exit today with only a tiny handful of levels remaining, but we'll see what the difficulty is like on some of the ones that remain. Koopa Hopscotch. And, well, okay. Hopscotch. And, yeah, do we let it wake up at this point? I think we do. That's why all these coins are here, just to give you something to do while you wait for it to wake up. Oh, whoops. Let's not miss that. Too bad we left that one coin dangling. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh, we need to send it over. Or do we? No, we just keep them here. But then... no, we hit him from below, so he gives us a bump on the wake up. No, that's wrong. We bump him from below, and so the wake up jumps very, very high. Not quite. Let's do it again. It's still upside down, so we'll try it again on the next wake up before he flips. There we go. Again, also an elaboration of a previous one-screen level. So we know that mechanically, this is something that does interest our maker, David P. here. This guy we can just let walk, we don't need to catch him on the wake up, but certainly doesn't hurt. Yeah, this one we catch in the wake up height. With sufficiently good timing. Then, yep, barely over. Then, checkpoint, mushroom check, and then let's continue. Looks like we send it over one bit at a time. Oh, that's it already, actually. And then we get all three to wake up. This will be interesting. But then we need to get them all in there with a particular timing, I think. We spawn all three, and then we just try to hit them in rapid succession. To get all three shell wake ups. Nope. Late on that one, which means I hit it too soon. Or space too close. Let's... I don't quite know if the timing's gonna work there. Basically, you need a full jump's worth of timing between each one, and then that's close, but not quite. Interesting idea. Yeah, spacing is going to be slightly off on some of these, but... And then we don't want to be too close to the spike side, which means we should pop them in the middle where possible. Except they're going to have a mind of their own. Let's reset this. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, when they jump up, we can just hit them in the middle column anyway. We don't necessarily... Hang on, timing's terrible. Need to go straight on top of them, which just complicate things. But of course, we don't want to completely miss either. Let's hope the timing works. Yeah, the spacing can be a little bit tight here, but we'll figure it out. Have a consistent interval of time between each of these. No, too late on that, so we need to pack them in a little closer. It's going to take a little bit of trial and error, this one. Why don't we just do them as quickly as possible, and then hope the timing works out. No, too late in that jump. Sometimes we shouldn't do the complete full jump, we need to watch the timing on a wake up for each of the successive shells. Having to do 3 in a row as well, that's going to be slightly tall order. There we go. And it's going to be an elaboration of the concept, Super Koopa Hopscotch 3. And that's going to be in SMB3, of course, after that. Yeah, we only have a few left. Let's try to push it. Let's try to do it. These have been going down at a relatively decent pace, so we'll regret it later. Yeah, same idea here. We need to bounce it in order to get the wake up to happen. Then, yeah, here, then we jump on it at the wake up. And miss. That's okay, we can do it again. Probably want momentum from the left, though. There we go. Yeah, we see the wake up on shells used in many different puzzle contexts, but very rarely in the platforming context where it's something time sensitive that's a specific focus. Unless it's in, you know, something that's more Kaizo-like, where it's timed in a way that the player doesn't really need to think about. And then, yeah, this will wake up here. Oh, missed it. No. Yeah, the thing is that when it is in this state, when it's rolling off the ceiling, it's in the upside down state that is going to have the wake up bounce. Very focused elaboration of his overall concept, for sure. And then, now we need to flip this one by placing it here. This is another thing that we know from a previous puzzle interaction that was in his set. And then, yeah, checkpoint is going to drop it down below, so let's get past this gate over here. Then we pop this. Then I think we need to send it with us until we have a reason to use it, unless maybe it's here. We'll see. Nope. Bounce it every now and then. And then send it down in this inverted form, really. But then do we still need it inverted past that point? We do, but we need to stop it first. And then, no. We need to bounce up and then we hit the POW and then the shell drops here. Yeah, no, I knew that as soon as I did it, that we wait for the shell to bounce, then we hit the POW, it kills all the munchers, it does not kill the shell because it's in the middle of the wake up animation. Very clever. Very clever. Yeah, like I said, we see this as a puzzle interaction all the time, but puzzles are so often things like one screens nowadays that we don't really see it combined with a platforming setting necessarily, let alone at this large scale where we're, you know, kind of thinking about this shell as an active piece for quite a long time that we are trying our best to preserve for some unknown reason. But the expectation is that we're going to preserve it. And of course we need to survive the jump first, which is not trivial. Yeah, we had it all mapped out too, it's just that we saw the solution timing about a second too late. You know, we don't need to send it through this so quickly necessarily, because we just soft dropped it maybe, but then you would not be able to get the wake up happen here, so we'll wait for the wake up, then we hit the POW. We basically jump together with the shell, that's what we'll do. Very nice, look at that. And then, at this point, we're able to send it through. And then probably keep it. Except we don't have a way to wake it up at this point. Let's... Oh yeah. We actually need to walk that way, maybe. Or, no, we just fire it, and then it's going to be a timed... Oh, no, I need to reset this. Yeah, it's going to be a timed hit. That's okay, that's all there is. Just not die to the Koopa, I guess, and then we'll be fine. We'll flip it, and then where does it go when we flip it? We're going to find out. Yeah, it comes back over the conveyor belt. That's very nice. Then we get all the way up. This arrow compensating for the Make One camera. Very courteously. And then, yeah, we flip this. It's gonna be a timed jump over it. And let's wait. Nope, too late. That's okay. It's relatively harmless. Let's just hit the timing slightly earlier this time. Nice long jump towards it. Oh, oh, we actually did hit it upon wake up, which is unfortunate. Yeah, because we basically picked up the shell at wake up. That was unfortunate. It's just a poor confluence of timing. No, no. No, no, we don't want to do that. I was trying to do that differently. Let's flip the script and continue. Yeah, up we go. Set it down, and we do need to do the time jump on it. To get on top of it. Pipe below to pow. Wait for it to wake up. Jump with the shell. Very nice. Let's not run into him. He did, after all, wake up. Yeah, we don't need to keep that one necessarily. Wait, it does pay to be cautious. Now let's have this. Wait for it to wake up. No, it's okay. If it's a bit early, that's fine. We can still try it again. No, need to flip it. Or flip something else entirely. Okay. Drop. And wait. And wait. There we go. And let's pop this one. And wait for this one. Oh. No. Yeah, this is where it previously failed, so let's just be careful here. For timing. I think I'm going a little bit late. Nope. Oh, possibly early actually. It didn't really bounce up very high. It's just that this jumping distance due to the one panels is enforced to be a bit longer than usual. I always found timed interactions over this long jumping distance that you need to estimate in advance to be particularly challenging, so oops. Let's try it. There we go. And down. Yay, 2 Koopas. Both alike in dignity. So we need to figure out which place we need the red Koopa to walk back and forth in. Let's try to read this first. And yeah, we basically want to spawn vines on all of the available note blocks if we can. I mean, this lower one here is just a place to bounce. But the ones that need to be dunked clearly do spawn vines that complete the segments above. Which means we need a shell wake up here, it's going to bounce up here. But the shell wake up, there's going to be some movement that differs between the red and the green shell perhaps. Let's take green shell first. Actually, red shell, because actually, no, it doesn't matter because if it wakes up here, it's just going to walk across. So let's take green maybe. Let's see if I've understood this correctly. And we'll wait. It's going to walk over to the note block on the right and bounce over to the note block further to the right, and then yeah, so the reason that you would use the red shell is that the red shell, once it gets on the top platform, is going to walk back to the other note block that's the second from the left. So yeah, you don't really need to figure this out per se, you just need to do it and see what the path is going to be when it comes to just how high it's going to jump. Oh, we didn't bump this properly, hang on. Anyway, This should give me the curtain. Because it's going to bounce up and then deflect to the left. That's it. And we... Oh, try not to die to the Koopa on the way over, obviously. That was very much a risk. Let's try not to fall off the one-way panel on the way over either from making contact with our feet. And yeah, Tub and Chub is going to be sad to see Mario Maker 1 go. I've been thinking that a lot lately. Because we've been seeing so many neat things here. Okay, so we're going to send each of these up, and it's going to be a sequence of wake-ups, just like in the last level that we saw. POW? What do you need POW for? Oh, the POW is just for clearance. If the timing is not right, you clear them all. This is exactly the same interaction as in the previous level's ending, just without saw blades everywhere to keep you busy. Oh. Hang on, let's POW this. Without spilling over the side. Yeah, I had to deal with the low ceiling on that pipe on top too. That was... Oh, something we need to accommodate. Oops, 70 seconds it is, so... Yeah, regular timing, that's the important thing here. No, too late. Okay, we'll wait for the wake up once again. And the second set remain. Nope, too early. Much too early. Yeah, you can wait quite a while before you hit these. No, too low. Yeah, we're not going to make it before timer. But that's okay. Oh, definitely not now. Well, let's make a promising attempt anyway. And yeah, it's shorter bounces here with the kind of interval that I had. Let's try to check that. Yeah, respectable run. And yeah, we're right here, so I think there's some expectation that we're going to run into timeout issues. Let's try to recreate that timing with jumps when we can. No. Good thing this is a fairly safe setup. I'm deliberately delay to hit slightly just to create a bit more ample space. No. Yeah, you do need to watch this carefully. At least it doesn't outright kill me the way the previous level did when trying this. Yeah, you kind of need to watch the animation pretty carefully to just adjust your height accordingly, depending on what you're seeing about the wake-up state. But if you can get a nice regular pace on each of them, then it's a little easier to adjust around, perhaps. Let's see how this timing works. Nope, too late on that. You know what? They can all wake up again. Except now we lost it. Yeah, I just realized we didn't need to power those. If we hit all three, then we can recreate the timing for the next wake up and that would work just fine. Perhaps even better. It requires us to get to number 3 first, though. No. I burn a lot of time here, this one. Let's wait. I've been going too early. No. Too late on that one. This means that we need to delay the third hit slightly, because, you know, you do have this acceleration curve as you get from 2 to 3 faster than going from 1 to 2, just because you're still building up that acceleration, and I think that's a bit of an important consideration for how that third one is going to be positioned here. We're going to have a full timeout just on this segment. Might be here sometime. Nope. That's too spaced out. We'll try it. No. Still hitting it too early. Hasn't really peeked his head out yet. Let's wait and see. No, too late now. Yeah, it's difficult to make my jump coincide with a wake up from a distance. Even hitting the first jump here is a problem. It's a long reset. Okay, let's wait. There we go. Well, they took me half the timer there, down to about 2:52 seconds. Would not have wanted to clear check it in one go. Unless we really knew what we were doing with the ending. Thank you for the GG once again. Foxton with a record on this one. And even the record is 7:27. Look at that. That's showing you that it hasn't really been tightened up. Potential Energy Palace. Oh, it's going to be E-switch dropping everything in. Yeah, this one is pretty popular in the final sequence that we have here, so let's see what it's all about. So yeah, because you try not to spring onto anything, and then you lower all of this. Very nice. That's not what I expected from the way these were stacked. Yeah, because I guess it's that sort of micro collision that you have here. Okay, and then now we need to run it. And it's potential energy, because once the P-switch releases, then everything just goes. And something's going to drop on you. Now, should have sustained a high bounce there. That was a slight mistake, because you do need to hit the power there in order to get across. Do we have a reset door at some point? Or can we just... Well, we can also do that. So, taking the point of damage there didn't actually matter in the end. Well, that was really, really neat. And again, the spring bounce physics are a bit different in Maker 1, and the collision boxes are different too, so... I don't know if we... I mean, you know, looking at this and just kind of theorizing it, I don't know what happens if you do this in Maker 2. I would assume that everything just drops. And yeah, Tubman shows so many great levels that are going to disappear, and we can only save so many, right? I want to save so many people's entire profiles, really. Well, hopefully Pretendo eventually gets up and running and manages to incorporate the level dumper backup that was made by the people on the Simu side. Welcome to Rocky Falls. Yeah, we've seen a ton of blaster stacks all over the place. Okay, and that's going to be just a straight drop because it's on a mole stack. And yeah, on a Rocky Wrench, and a Rocky Wrench is just going to drop through semi-solids, as we know. It's just... Oh yeah. This is a pit. We don't want to do that. We want to actually catch the POW. Okay. Drop the gate. Yeah, it drops through donuts, drops through semi-solids. That's something that we'll keep in mind. And yeah, we want to catch the POW and then drop this gate as well. And then, oh, this is just an indication that you want to grab the POW. Oh, and then the POW here. Just get it fairly within view if we can. Whoops. I feel like there's a cleaner way to play that way. Do whatever works. Yeah, a bit of a timed element here. Yeah, we need to let go of the POW and of course continue wall jump because it's just that catching the POW has caught me by surprise. Maker 1 interactions are so interesting, yeah. And it's really amazing how much has changed. We go through lengthy sequences sometimes where, you know, entire batches of levels just conceptually don't work in Maker 2 anymore. Okay. Yeah, that's one way of doing it. Not really how reliably I do that, in fact. Then this lowers the gate, and then this... Oh, you need to jump away. It's not going to spring on anything, obviously, given how collisions work there. Just didn't think about that. Oh, whoops. It's not accidentally wall jump off every step. Okay, there we go. That was much cleaner. Checkpoint. And it's just going to let me have the mushroom, which is nice of it. Soft drop, I think. And then we just ground pound onto it. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't, because we need to drop the wall and we have to ride the blaster wall on the way over. Yeah, I didn't mean to catch the second POW, that threw me off. And I was trying to ride the wall down, but then we actually had too much of a wall slide. We don't have to free fall with it until we are ready to fall the jump. Actually, no, because it kind of pushes you into the wall slide anyway, just given collision status there. I need to rethink that. While we have a free fall. When Maker 2 came out, you tried recreating some of your old puzzles just to see if they still worked, and you think only one of your entire profile was possible. Yeah, I can totally see that being the case. I'm sure it'll be similar going from 2 to 3 as well, that there will be, when there is eventually a 3, more engine changes than people expect. I think we should actually ground pound it, and then ground pound cancel it maybe, and then that way we get enough time on the wall. There we go, that's nice. That's a neat little nuance. This is going to be a ride on a spike top. Oh, whoops. Messed up on a wall slide, that's okay. Luckily this level is pretty generous about the mushroom. And of course we have to line up the blaster so we can hold up into the door entry there. I knew that was the case, we just missed it. Yeah, so ground pound, but you want to ground pound cancel it, and it gets you low enough that you can realistically jump off the blaster despite the somewhat forced wall slide. That position. And then, oh, that's maybe not great. Oh. Almost made it, actually, if we just had an additional twirl. There's got to be a cleaner way to do this. We should toss and then ground pound to try to avoid the slide. Yeah, ground pound, cancel it, and then miss. But that's the idea, is that you do need to ground pound to keep pace, otherwise the blaster outpaces you. But you should get a drop in first. There we go. I am no friend of ground pound cancels, but that one was still kind of a unique interaction. And no, same mistake. We just missed that wall slide every time for some reason. Yeah. Actually a satisfying cancel round, which is unusual. Let's hoss in this location. Into the door. Into the pipe. And then this pushes you back up. Yes it does, because he's got wings. That's just a bit of a tutorial segment for what is about to come here. Whoop. It's gonna need to jump up to each successive POW to lower every gate, but I'll have to watch that, read that carefully. I was trying to jump off as it was falling, but I think we actually do need the wall, perhaps, in order to jump over the POW. Maybe we do need to do the wall climb. Yeah, each successive segment isn't necessarily time sensitive. I was trying to do the wall climb, but I didn't quite do it because we're not in a jumping state, that's why. So we do need to jump out of that. And then, well, no such luck over here when it comes to wall clings. Not going to do it. That location, you just need to jump quickly, I think, and just have good reflexes. There we go, that's the flag.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
Yeah, we've seen tons of blaster stacking ideas all over his profile. It's a unique one in itself. Welcome to Companion Springs. Switch Invitational. That's interesting, given that this was shortly before the launch of the Nintendo Switch, about a month and a bit before that, in 2017. So I don't know what the Switch Invitational event was, but it looks like there was something organized that this was a part of. You can even see the Joy-Con Nintendo Switch logo at the end in the top right. So I don't have an event context for this level specifically, but let's see some companion springs. Ah, yeah, okay, we just ride it out. And then, yeah, because it's cloud, it's based on screen position, we'll be able to... Ooh, bump that, that's interesting. And I feel like we needed it in shell form so we could kick it over, but... There we go. That's it. And then we ride it. Oh, we can do that, I guess. Except we don't want to hit the ceiling. But when we tug the screen over, we'll have more clouds to land on either layer. Bump. Another one of those instances where the really aggressive rebound on objects against walls in Maker 1 actually did come in handy when it comes to positioning. Oh, same thing. Maybe we shouldn't try to jump it that way, and possibly we should use the springs. I feel that interaction is going to take a little bit of practice to really visualize properly. Anyway, let's pop this. And then let's wait for the other P-switch to bump our way. Yeah, given the overlap in the spring, I think we can actually ride it out. The blue platform once the P-switch is active. Let's... Oh, well, now it's going to send it the other way. Now it's going to send it that way. Okay. Oh, nope. We don't want to ride it like that. That actually causes problems. Yeah, we should just jump it directly to scroll the camera over. Otherwise we have the camera scroll from riding the cloud just kind of compound itself. Anyway, let's pop it. Just in time. Then we get in position for that one right away, and then ride this one over. And then, yeah, we actually do want to get on top of that to position that spring far enough before the P-switch expiry and really drag it over as far as possible. So, that was a new record. Bump it over. Nope, not like that. Anyway, let's send this over. And yeah, either way that it deflects it actually works pretty elegantly. And then we need to actually make that jump. It's been a problem every time just with that spike. Bit of an awkward moment, but we will see it. Nope, didn't mean to hit the shell, obviously. Ride it over. Push it down. Deflect it and oh, on the way over. Nope. Once again, that Koopa spawn just totally getting in the way when we needed to take a ride. Well, we'll figure it out. Yeah, let's just send it over. The problem is that we're just not in a good position to get on top of this without running into that problem. Okay. Nope, and then look at that bump. Totally deflected me back. Couple of complications we do need to resolve here. And then, yeah, try to erase the Koopa that probably won't work. We should get it back into shell form. Write it out. And maybe we just block it. Yeah, block the pipe. Why not? That's much, much more sensible. Block it outright. Ride it out. Drag it out all the way over, and then oh, totally missed it. Yeah, in that point, you get within range of spawning that red Koopa, which you'll need for something. Yeah, Merlin, you're going to go for now. Thank you for joining me for so long today. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm not going to be on much longer myself. I'm hoping that we'll be able to finish the set since we only have a very tiny handful of levels remaining, but again, it depends on how tricky something like this one turns out to be. Block the pipe. This. Ride it over. Ride everything over. And then, yeah, unfortunately, it was scrolling so aggressively there, but at that point, you are trying to scroll to Koopa down below, I think. And difficult to get out of that situation just because all the bricks in the P-state were still in the way. Nope. A lot of things can and will go wrong. Let's drag it over. Send this over. Stand and go. Okay. Now what? Sends this Koopa down, that's okay. And then we just jump across. What's that, I think? Not with a ceiling bump, we don't. Yeah, cloud positioning is sometimes a little bit difficult to manipulate intuitively. As in, not difficult to understand the rules behind a movement, it's just... Oh, you know what? We'll take that. No. Yeah, it's just a lot of the run-of-the-mill jumps that get us into trouble. Anyway. Stop. And ride. Oh, no, missed the opportunity there. A very clear opportunity. And then this slot here is just very tricky to jump through. I think you're supposed to ride out the spring to put yourself in there, but we previously had some trouble with the camera when doing so. Whoops. Oh yeah, it shows you a later segment actually. And in fact, it's a pretty big... Oh yeah, that shows us that gate that we've seen already before, and the reset point is... For some reason you need one. Get P in this location. That's going to be reliable, at least. Spawns to Koopa. That's the whole point of doing that. Whoa. Some wild momentum back and forth over there. Very difficult to recover from that. But... yeah, just... not a lot under my control there. Stop the pipe. Take it over. Switch is reliably located. Okay, let's be careful here. And gotta get down. Ah, okay, we actually do need a spring to kick that Koopa. Bottom line gonna go far enough? No, I just need to bump. Then jump it. This bumps down, and then we just head on up after that. Then that looks like a power ride. Once we have the opportunity to get on it. And we send ourselves up this way. This is a safe location. Which is not to say the platforming will come naturally. Well, it's a safe spot to practice this, but can't necessarily rely on that being the case later on if there's not a ton of trouble with this. Nope. Try that jump. Nope. Send them over. There we go. No, we don't. Well, best one. Yeah, technically. I mean, it almost makes sense to just let the clouds stuff you against the wall a little bit. That's the thing about Maker, is that no scroll stop either. You really can't add any element of predictability here. So long as you have any lateral movement at all. Let's grab whatever this is. One up. And not get hit by fire. Checkpoint, very useful. this juncture. And then, yeah, we need to ride it over, hit the POW, and then get out. Which is why it's very fortunate, once again, that we do have the checkpoint flag. Nope. Yeah, you just drop on that by itself, and then you need to hit every POW in succession, that looks like. Yeah, this will load you in. Naturally. We do still need to survive after hitting POW, obviously, which is not to be taken for granted. Yeah, you need to hit accurately, but continue leaning right to land back on the platform without getting bumped off. And yeah, just a little difficult to spot the timing on that second one. Should be the same as the first. Let's check. And then, yeah, just a little later. Back on, I think. We got pushed by the wall. Yeah, the cloud's gonna curve over that just fine. We really should be cautious. Really an accuracy check. It is a somewhat strict spacing on it, rather. Because of the way that the wall kind of pushes you back to, then it's thrown me off a little bit. But from a maker's perspective, very difficult to make this work cleanly when there are going to be so many nuances to people's camera positioning that's going to affect the cloud movement. Again, yeah, it's too slow on the second hit. Good thing we are right at checkpoint. Then I wonder if that stayed high enough that I could just ride it out. I wasn't quite sure on that. And we didn't get the best look at that, and once again, even just the slightest nudge can take you out of there because of the way that the wall already slides Mario back to whichever extent which he's able to stand. Yeah, because every time we kind of start to jump on the left side of the spring just because of the wall push. No. Still don't really understand that wall. Yeah, because I think we need to just jump onto the platform in the middle and reposition. I was trying to do it. A straight series of jumps is just not working out. Yeah, because this just so aggressively pushes you off and seems really difficult to avoid. Unless you get on that same platform. Okay. Nope, you need to slide it over a bit. Yeah, if you stop it at all over there, then you just create more complications with the camera for yourself. I think you just need to hold right into it and then push against the wall too. too many issues, and once again, accurate but late. Rather, getting there was accurate but late. Taking the shot itself, not so much. Yeah, I found this bit here, particularly the second bunch, are really quite tricky to read. No, because you just get pushed off every time. I don't know, because the wall is just so low. Very often there's just no way I'm passing it. Yeah, it's a difficult moment there. And then... yeah, I mean, I guess I could hold right into it, but... the slipperiness of all that is just... hitting every time. Oh, it's no. Stay. Anyway. Maybe camera-wise, there's a recommended position that you sit in, which is going to affect the cloud movement. See, that was clean. I don't know why that was clean. And then, yeah, you just need to change between these two. I reset this bit? No. Then, change positions once we... yeah, let's be cautious. Worst thing would be to get bumped out completely. And, well, there we go. No. Oh, that was close. Too reckless. And then, okay. At least it dropped you to a safe location. And then all you do need to be facing this direction when it walks. Okay. Let's head on down. Not. Well, that's not going to be much to work with. Hang on. Yeah, difficult to position this properly. Let's reload the room, maybe. Just in case that makes any difference. No. You know what? We just get bumped. That's what it is. Should have found this as our true calling to begin with. Getting bumped by the bumpers. Hang on. Anyway, let's down a bit. No. Well, no. And it's gonna go way off. And yeah, we just want to land on it and jump off again soon. No. No. Well, not much to talk about here except just trying to make it click. And yeah, trying to hang right into that this time to see if it makes any difference. Not really. There we go. Took too long. Checkpoint luckily, so we don't need to deal with that twice. We need to ride down below probably and how? Oh, whoops. Big room scale fight coming. And then, yeah, we need to jump out of it. We do need to ride the POW every time. And we just jump away. It's not about hitting the POWs. No point in doing that. It's just about riding the POWs. And we get back up and do it again. Yeah, it took me a moment to read this. We do want to get within flop range. And then, yeah, the head bump in that corner is unfortunate. And then, yeah, not quite. Nope, not within range. Can ride it much lower, in fact. Nope. Well, that deflection is kind of nice in that wall, but let's see. You know, why don't we just run across? We don't need to jump back. We can use forward momentum to just jump across to the other side. That seems like it's actually the intention. Yeah, let's just go low and across. It's much easier. And it's symmetrical, so... Well, apart from the conveyor belts being a little bit different, perhaps. Let's try this out. And yeah, back and forth that way. Yeah, you basically need to make one style wall bounce to make that spring on spring, that deflection work. Because the way the pipe is being treated as a wall. And then drop him. Be dead. There we go. Yeah, we overcomplicated that. Here's the Nintendo Switch. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, some simple things took too long, but we got it. Yeah, so just 2 more. Because we have previously recorded the YMM levels, and we won't be redoing them today, but highly recommended for regardless. A Spiny Bin Spinball is a 0.7 fly day. As it says on Friday on the title screen, is Endless Hot Wings. But a 1%, I think we can do both. Let's not live to regret it. Or let's not just regret it. Let's live, but live gloriously. Spin jump on this. Yeah. We need to be quick. Or just wait for the next one. Oh, we need to follow it. Otherwise we lose. Okay. Trying to do this, and yeah. Oh, spinning too early there. Yeah, even if we slip up a bit, it still, of course, make contact with an object in lava. We make 1. We do need it to fall ahead of us, though. Okay. Speaking of things that don't work in Maker 2, I mean, the lava collision there would obviously be a problem. Collision right there. Yeah, we never really did get that timing down properly, but... Oh. And so going to be a little bit stricter about staying on the ball. It's like... Look at me, everyone, I'm Lemmy. In a manner of speaking. Okay. Oh, yeah, because when we spin now, we... Oh. Spin like that. Okay. Then I bounce. Okay, let's be careful with this and yeah, leave enough alive here that we send a column up at a time. The flower actually causes tons of problems. But we don't need it. And we'll just drop it. Okay, oh, okay, that's interesting. Beautiful setup here. And then we need to get on its shell, obviously. Oh yeah, there's another one that comes up in the middle here. I didn't realize that. In that second column, rather, the left side column. Because, of course it does, since your spawning goes relative to the blaster position, so... Okay, we just position this accurately. Now that was interesting. The Spiny caught me by surprise. It was a last minute replacement, but we got it. Why not just let Saw Blade drop? Oh, because fire bars everywhere. Okay. Why not just let the blade drop, though? I don't see why we have to rush it. Alright, let's keep going. Position 1 over here to the left. Yeah, just need to recognize that the blaster is spawning everything for you. Seems like we kind of lucked out on the segment here in the previous attempt. Particularly once the spiny replacement comes in later and gives us a bit of a surprise. We'll hope we'll make it over this time. Spawn 1 to the left. We'll stay on high jumps for now because the timing is roughly comfortable. For the most part, sometimes we need to make some slight positional adjustments. Yeah, once again, when we get to the Koopa, we spawn 1 to the left. There we go. It always feels a bit risky to just have nothing under my feet there, but once you see it and understand what you're going for, then it works pretty elegantly. Now this segment here can be a bit tricky. Low bounces. Yeah, this is where the spinies start coming in. Get out just in time. Then, why don't we just let this guy cycle around? Let's let him drop. I think he's actually supposed to cycle around to make sure you get 2 to 3 spinies on the field before you even attempt this. And then we missed our window of opportunity, but that's how it works. And we could go for the reset on the left side and we miss it. In the bottom left, where there is clearly a door. We know that now. But yeah, the blade is specifically there to keep Mario in place while all 3 spinies get set up. That is very much an intentional obstruction. Oops. Nope, totally missed. Have to conserve some of that momentum. Naturally. Okay, spawn 1 down below. There we go. Nice and responsive there, at least. Short bounces over here, and we'll stay there. Oh, whoops. Had to be careful not to fall off of that, of course, which previously didn't happen, but... First time for everything. Yeah. Found that... Well, I mean, let's see, really kind of understand what's going on with the blaster. Maybe going to the Koopa on the left side here to spawn something on the left column isn't really the most blind readable thing, but we're past that point. Okay, let's stay steady here. Oh, missed it. Didn't get enough height on that. That's unusual. David here certainly loves some of these back and forth double trampoline suspensions. Very much the case with the house setups that we were seeing in earlier levels, where you just had house bounce back and forth. And now with the Spinies as well, making for this whole segment. It does look vaguely like an aircraft of some sort. Whoops. Alright, let's get on. And over. Really have to get acclimatized to the bouncing sound, of course, after listening to it a lot. Let's get enough height this time. There we go. Bit of a tight fit, but we got it. So we let this cycle around and bump. Then we got 3. Good. Now we wait for the firebar window of opportunity and jump. There we go. Checkpoint right there. And we have another spin. Oh. Now we do need to catch it on the one-way panels here. Let's check. Yeah, I do need to catch it accurately. We just go to the bumper and... no, because we lose spin at that point. There we go. Okay, we're still on spin. We're still on spin. And we're okay. Yeah. We stay on spin, jump on the bumper, we're actually fine. Yeah. We just listen to the rhythm here. Got it. And mushroom over there. I guess we... Oh. Yeah, not so much. It's kind of funny because, you know, Magic Koopas are such a feature of Lemmy's Castle in the original Super Mario World, and here we are basically playing as Lemmy throughout this entire level. So it'll be interesting to juggle ourselves in that location while we face off against the comic from the boss segment that is to come. No. No. Yeah, trying to find that timing in the cycle. Not quite getting it yet. No. I feel like we should just gun it from the... We need like a reliable input, which means we should run right away and aim for a certain target. There we go. No. No, we don't. Too soon. There we go. And then that's okay. We stay on the spin. Just need to get on the spin in the first place, and then we're through. Let's wait for the next one. Even lead it over like this. And now we've got 3 of these, which is great, because now we just try to survive it. No. And yeah, we actually just need to jump over. I see it now. Very difficult to see red blaster timing sometimes, I think. I'll just try to find a relatively reliable pocket. Straight up. Then, yeah, let's let it spawn a few. So we have some flexibility here. Then, now. Oh no, there's Yoshi with a power there. Oh yeah, Yoshi with a power there is actually for if you have a mushroom up to this point. I wonder if it kills Magic and gives you a key and gives you a secret from that point. I feel like it does. Yeah, I bet there's a key door as a bonus or something. There is. I want to do it. We worked all this way to get here. So we just need to keep the mushroom, pass Magic Koopa, grab Yoshi, use Yoshi to bounce the rest of the way. I'd like to see it. I mean, you know, we're only going to see so much Maker 1, right? Let's try to stream the true ending. Grab the mushroom here, now we need to keep it, which is going to be tricky, but we'll do it. We'll just take a dive if we lose it. Yeah, just give ourselves as much platforming space as we can, you see? No problem. Kill it, grab the key, now let's survive. We have Yoshi this time, so it means that we don't need to worry about a spin jump at all, actually. Oh. Now let's just bounce on top of this stuff. Okay. You know what? No, not a problem. We just grab one of these. The problem is, of course, the Maker 1 spit, which is... Oh, no. And the problem is, of course... Oh, come on. That's okay, we'll just drop this. Hopefully we don't need Yoshi for the true ending gate. Let's see what's in here. Yeah, that's fine. We get Yoshi anyway. Tucked in neatly beside the firebar room. Okay, glad we took the time for true ending on that one. Let's just grab the coins and make it a big finish. One more level to go. Yeah, that one was very, very entertaining. I mean, this has just been such a great set in general. Very apropos recommendation there. With the Hedgehog's Dilemma, Kavix level from 2YM being recommended down below. Another level that has spawnies galore. And the recommendations know what they're doing. Yeah, so we've seen the YMM levels previously, as I said. And once again, it's kind of interesting to see how ideas develop. Here with the improper propeller, I think this was a propeller hat level, and having seen the other propeller hat level earlier where it's with the spinning interactions disabled, I think there's a little bit of a continuity between these as well. Although maybe I don't remember the specifics of this level well enough to comment on that further right now, but yeah, because this was a propeller extravaganza in its own right, as you can tell. And before the final baton pass that we saw back in 3YMM, we just have one more level to show today, which is That'll be Fly Day. Endless Hot Wings. So yeah, once again, Fly Day, for those who weren't in Maker 1, is sometimes what it shows you when you log in on a Friday. Because Mario Maker 1 liked to announce the day of the week, and Fly Day had the Fly Swatter. Yeah, this was the one with the... well, once again, with blaster columns all over the place and object bounces everywhere. Now let's see some Endless Hot Wings. And finish up the set. Okay. Bear. Yeah. And this is going to be another... oh, no, not up there, obviously. We need to basically hang around for long enough to let the bomb... No, let's build up some speed. Take out the POW by blowing up the block underneath. That takes out the munchers and allows me to have another flight charging sequence up here. So we basically charge up. Oh no, lost it. Oh, did we? No, we got it. No, lost it. It's too bad. Yeah, so it's a E-wing flight maintenance level again. A little trickier than the last one. In terms of not having as much of a series of safety platforms to work with, but... No, missed it. You need to hit. We don't need to whip it, we can just hit the question block. It'll just spawn the bones fine, and then we land on the bones to sustain flight. Don't need to do everything the hard way, as I should remind myself more often. Nope, missed it. Yeah, we had too much of a tail whip there as we were charging up and just didn't manage to go back and forth quite the way I hoped. Nope, once again, we just bounced everything up instead of charging on it. Very tricky. Yeah, probably because the tail whip just deflected everything. Nope, missed it. Had to get the bounce on the bones and just didn't get any kind of bounce. Yeah, you want to do tail whip a little bit in advance, because then it doesn't interfere with the springs. Okay, and we charge up in this location. And whip the mushroom, I think. That's okay, we just fly back here if we miss. There we go. Very satisfying to do that. Let's just keep bouncing until we... yeah, let's just maintain speed like that until we read this. You get the flower. You then fire at the bomb, and then fall towards the leaf. And you maintain speed on the leaf. Or maybe you whip the flower and then just have it... no, I don't think so. And how do you maintain speed past that point? Oh no, you need to bounce on the bones again, and then you bounce on the bones towards the leaf, and then you grab the leaf and you keep flying. Yeah. You bounce back on the bones in fire flower form. It's the obvious thing. Nope, let's not miss. Yeah, because if you have P-speed and you just jump blindly into a leaf, you can fly from that point. Yeah, whip in advance, so it doesn't interfere. No, too long. Oh, no. Bad positioning. How am I looking at David levels? It's been a great set, actually. This is the last one in the set, but we've seen some that are genuine classics that I didn't know about. Some very fun interactions. He loves bouncing things between springs. That's what we discovered. We've seen it with Pows, we've seen it with Spinies, we've seen it with all kinds of things. We saw an amazing Vines and Bombs level earlier today as well. It had some really interesting setups that were just combined with in different ways. And, you know, it's one of those levels where the concept is very simple. You just freeze vines in position by blowing up the blocks that are carrying them. But then the way that the concept was developed was absolutely exquisite. So yeah, I don't know if Megad, you have finished 3YMM at this point. Because the 3YMM levels from David here were the last one. Whoops, the last one he made. Okay, we need to, again, prepare the tail whip. It's really cool how many setups in Maker 1 haven't made it into popular stuff in Maker 2. Well, I mean, because so many of them just aren't possible, right? But yeah, even some concepts that were very popular in Maker 1. Whoops, no, yeah, once again, we need a whip first. Even some popular levels in Maker 1 didn't really meet with success in Maker 2 and ported over. I don't know if you ever played a level by Ragnarok X, which is kind of like a puzzle-ish level called 8 minutes, 5 numbers, 1 code. But it was a really elaborate puzzle code maze of sorts, and then he actually kind of made levels in every style, or rather, every game style in Maker 2, including 3D World, that had the same concept with equally complicated mechanisms. And barely anybody played them, which, okay, you need to charge this up again once you put the mushroom. Yeah, you got 7 more left. Yeah, you got some fun stuff ahead of you, for sure. I don't remember the exact order, but I do know that there were some big ones near the end. Oh, have you done Plumber in the Walls already, then? Because that one was a real highlight of 3YMM for me. And that one was actually re-uploaded on the last day that re-uploads were possible, because Nintendo did nuke it originally. Yeah, you would know if you'd played Plumber in the Walls. It's a very descriptive title for what it is. Oh, no, missed it. Okay, you don't think you played a Ragnarok X level? Yeah. Yeah, a list of really hard puzzles you gotta try. Yeah, obviously, John Lord Tetratarix has a couple of those. The one that he's particularly proud of is one called The Return of Ichigo Mole, which is a sequel to a previous boot puzzle level called Ichigo Mole and His Socks. I played them both. They both took me, like, I don't know, what is it? 5 hours a piece or something? But yeah, I can track what you're talking about in chat. I understand. Okay, got it. Got it. Now let's do the mushroom whip and then go back to the left this time. No. No, 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 no. That tail whip really getting me into trouble when I reacquired a Y button. We shouldn't have our finger on the Y button quite so aggressively. As I know from experience, when I do these leaf levels, it's actually better sometimes to just stay off the dash button if I can, and then only use it very deliberately. Because the accidental whips do get me into quite a bit of trouble. It's just that, you know, I'm so accustomed to holding dash the whole time when I'm playing Mario, like most advanced Mario players. It's getting me into serious trouble in several places here. Because reacquiring the dash whips all the wrong objects. Okay, that's fine. There's quite some springy movement there. Okay, let's not fall off this time. Yeah, so this is the furthest we got previously. Up to the flower, fire at the bomb, drop down to bones again. Yeah, because we still have P-speed. Fly up, and then the same thing. Then let's grab another leaf when we can. Oh, totally missed. Rewiring your brain for Tanuki levels is so strange. Oh yeah. This is your brain on Tanuki. Nope, lost it. You did not know you kept P-speed getting a power up in the air? Yeah, I've seen Maker 2 levels that use it as well. I'm pretty sure it works in Maker 2. I can think of some levels that use it. Or at least take advantage of keeping P-speed through the power-up swap. Whoops. I mean, I do want the dash because I need a dash to charge up again once I'm bouncing around the springs. I just need to be really careful with the tail whip here. Yeah, this is not even the first level we've seen in this set that uses something like this. But... oh, no. Let's not whip this. No. Okay, let's... hang on, let's be extra careful here. Oh, come on, no. Too long. Okay, whip it. And... good. More or less. But yeah, I mean, just a month remaining until the shutdown. There are a lot of makers I won't be able to show off for sure, but I always knew that was the case. It was just a matter of, you know, how much am I going to miss? And, oh, yeah, if we miss an attempt at mushroom, we have to recharge back to the left. Yeah, I just need to be a bit more accurate in multiple places. There's lots of room for error, that's what it is. A lot of things you can just accidentally do to the tail. You need pretty good intuition for the timing you have on keeping P-speed as well. Okay, good. Yeah, whip it in advance, then come down here. And up to the flower. And we can take as long as we want to shoot this. Let's wait for the next leaf. Let's make sure the leaf is below us here. Okay, let's wait this time until the leaf is below the arrow. There we go. And then we can charge up again over here. And we'll come back every time. We don't need to do everything in one sequence. Okay, and then... Okay, let's play it safe. Nearly lost it there. And then we sneak into the checkpoint. There we go. Oh, and then we don't want to whip it. We want to build up speed. Lost it. Okay, get a leaf. And then fly over and whoops, and then rebounce. And then after you bounce over to the next one, you either have to go ahead of it or loop under it, which is interesting. Got a little greedy with a double piranha hit. Oh yeah, I mean, we've been punished for less. No. Trying to sneak that a little bit. Sneaking a double piranha hit looks like I'll need to do it again. And, you know, get ahead of the wiggler so we can bounce it again, potentially. If we can get ahead, that's probably better. Oh, not that far ahead. Yeah, I'd like to get ahead so we can get more wiggler access after the whip. Let's try to do it that way. Missed it, missed it, missed it. I was trying to drop accurately there so we could whip the other one on the way up. There's going to be a Fireflower segment after this as well. Yeah, this has been a really high quality set all around. Oh, nope, didn't want to do that. We have no platform to work with. That was a mistake. Just wanted to kill some plants, didn't want to kill my ride. Nope, too late. I don't have very good muscle memory for leaf control at all, but that's what we've been discovering. Okay, that's clean. Oh. That almost worked. I mean, obviously you should be bouncing on the wiggler again to get in position properly, but once I realized I was too late, I realized, oh, you know what? We could probably still go for that corner and grab the leaf before it's off screen. Well, it turns out you can, I just didn't do it. Yeah, this is a fun sequence or what, right? Nope. You know what? That was salvageable. Maybe. No, we would have lost speed, I think. Yeah, this segment really does take the training wheels off. Although I guess if you're flying, you don't really have training wheels, so to speak. Yeah, a little bit more time sensitive. Mechanically, it's not actually that much more difficult. We just need to have a bit more finesse here. Whoops. No. Sometimes I try to get to bounce and I press it a little bit too early and we just miss the bounce and float. And then we lose. Yeah, I need to drop quickly. That's the whole name of the game here. Just knowing when to drop nice and fast. Training wings, exactly. And there's more. Oh, very nice. Look at that. What a neat idea. No, we're not supposed to hit the bones. We're supposed to hit the plant. And only the plant. There's a bit of an accuracy check here. Oh, coming in this way. That's fine. We'll still do it. Yeah, we can still get it. And we'll even get it in style. That actually felt even cleaner than usual, which is not what I expected. We need to bump it from underneath. We don't need to whip everything with a tail, I'm trying to tell myself. No, that we need to whip with the tail. And that's tricky. Because I have to whip it with the tail while sustaining myself above the blade, which is button-wise actually really kind of difficult. Whoops. Got that first pipe consistency down. Let's not speak too soon. Not known for consistency around here, at least not consistently. Okay. Feels very clean when you do get it, though. How are you supposed to... Oh no, you're supposed to grab it. Okay, no. I didn't even think about just grabbing it and flying through it. Why not? It's the obvious thing to do. I'm just sort of in tail whip mode the whole time, and you know. If Mario's not carrying a hammer, everything looks like a tail. Or something. I don't know, that expression doesn't really work. You were wondering why I was smashing my face into the panel. Yeah. It wasn't my face, it was a tail. No, we're supposed to whack the muncher and then hit checkpoint right after that. Now imagine what the third segment's going to look like. I've invented an entirely new language for that one. Oh, maybe. Oh, almost. This has been a really fun one to work on, though. A lot of setups that we usually don't see in Infinite Flight levels. I like how intuitive everything is too, that, you know, it's very, very light on indication. Which, in my books, is a good thing. Whoa. Oh, missed it every time. Didn't even bump it. It's very light on indication, but the setups just kind of write themselves. And yeah, there's been a real treat with this whole set of levels here, actually. Then the mechanics are new sometimes, but still easy to figure out, which I think is a very difficult balance to strike, where, you know, things just kind of make sense very quickly. And without being unsatisfying from a puzzle perspective either. Like, they still feel like really neat little aha moments and so on. Yeah, so here's the thing about trying to grab the POW while tapping is, as I said before, it's really difficult for me to just kind of tap B repeatedly with the base of my thumb while holding an object, and so and we'll just have to do it, though. It's not a very intuitive input for me, because it's just not how I usually play the leaf. We'll just need to adjust around that. No, yeah, I need to throw a bit faster there. Yeah, the mechanics are very unfamiliar to me in some ways, because I have a lot of trouble tapping the leaf while holding an object. But we'll see. It's kind of a known mechanical weakness. Throwing items while maintaining a jump is also a known mechanical weakness. But yeah, we just need to whack a bunch of wood to POW as soon as we can. Lower gate, there we go. Get through. Oh, still got speed, good. And we should make it. There we go, checkpoint. Reminds you of learning how to shell surf? Yeah. Oh, boss time. And then the timing here is going to work. Oh. Except we need to land on the bones accurately. Yeah, really threw you for a loop, letting go of run and holding jump. Yeah, because it's something that in standard Mario you're never ever tested on that. But it's kind of the bread and butter Kaizo timing whenever you're doing any kind of shell handling, right? That all the shell jump markers and such are just located with that expectation. Oh, we lost that jump. Yeah, we needed to catch another bones, I think. Yeah, we've seen a lot of infinite flight levels around here. This is one of the best. Just in terms of how it elaborates upon the concept. And creates a whole bunch of different forms of pacing to make that work. Oh, needed to whip that. I was just a little bit late in the whip. And there's another power grab that's up ahead that we'll need to pay attention to. Yeah, the thing about boss fights in Maker 1 is that the stacking is so much more flexible in some ways. First of all, it's because of the offsets, and secondly, it's because of the way that loose stacks that you disassemble still carry momentum, and objects can still carry each other. And seen that a lot in this set as well, in terms of a lot of setups where, you know, you have moving stacks where you can disassemble them part way by hitting things in the middle, and they still work. I mean, Maker 2 may have a much vaster tool set, but Maker 1 has a much more flexible tool set, and that's something that we've noticed very consistently. I got nothing. I think I was actually too far ahead. I could have whacked a muncher on the right side at that point because it was on screen for the power. I think I was actually getting too far ahead. Yeah, we do need to stay close enough to maintain flight. One more, please. Nope, lost it. Again, really, really difficult for me to fly like that. Okay. Okay, bounce as much as possible. Oh, no. Fired it too early. Yeah, you just need to get the muncher on screen. But yeah, we've seen a lot of setups all over Maker 1 that are based on the old stacking physics, for sure, and it's most true at bosses, I would say. You're most likely to encounter things like that with boss setups. Yeah. Nope, too close. We want to stay close enough that we have a nice regular bone refresh as much as possible. I love how the timing here works, actually, that the bones come out just often enough for you to feel like you have a comfortable margin for refreshing flight. And the burner timings work as well as they do, too. That's really impressive. That they never feel like they are actively in your way. You know, the level is timed in such a fashion that the burn is just naturally fed. Just add a little bit of an attention requirement. Nope, fell through. Too bad. Yeah, that power pickup is probably the thing I'm most worried about right now. And flying once you get the power pickup. Alright, let's get over here. One more, please. One more. This... oh, I was supposed to kill something. Oh, yeah, whip the mushroom onto the note block. That's the same interaction we had previously. I was looking at the mushroom and thinking, where do I whip it? And I did not see the bumper despite the massive conspicuous arrow pointing to it. Yeah, you whip the mushroom to the left and you have to be accurate about it. Because you don't get too many chances of that. If at all. And I did have quite a bit of trouble with that earlier. Pretty nice of that to come back as the final interaction here, though, to grab the key. Okay. Oh. Oh no, just got caught in the corner there. Well, it's tough to read because I mean, it's actually very well signified, and it's something that is a mechanic that comes back from earlier in the level, right? But you're given lots of adequate preparation. It's just that at that point, your attention is on escaping and on sustaining flight, and so it's more that, you know, maintaining attention while trying to read the level is the real challenge there. Whoops. But yeah, as with the fire flower and bomb interactions that you saw earlier, the mushroom thing is a segment that you get to retry as much as you want, and you get to recharge flight as much as you want much earlier in the level. So you get plenty of time to read that and get used to it, but it's difficult to do in time-sensitive circumstances, and so let's just stand here and devoured. Yeah. Yeah, at this point I do have kind of a preferred pattern for the small bones anyway. Let's not get caught on corners. Whoa. Wow, no, that's hard to get. You have to be very exact about getting up to the mushroom before the blue wall comes in. That's not going to be easy. I was pretty bad at that interaction to begin with. Okay, let's get up here. Oh, no, lost it. Yeah, I don't want to wait around for too long. I want to have maybe one dry bones bounce past the one-way panel. Then after that, I have to go straight for the shroom. For sure, I think. Whoops. Yeah, it's got to be a first try interaction. There's no way you'll sustain flight for long enough otherwise. The flight requirement does become lenient when it comes to getting to the key door itself, I think, but I don't remember it well enough to say for sure how long we need to keep it going, so... Yeah, one more, come on. Nope, missed it. Steve Minecraft, welcome. Okay, and under. And then drop here. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, again, I have so much trouble spamming the button while holding an object. If I kill this bottom flying spiny, can I remove the stack entirely? You don't want to do that, though. You know why, right? It's a really bad idea to remove the stack entirely. Because you need the blaster to give you bones for continuing to fly. Like, you don't get a bone refresh if you try to destroy the stack. And you just can't fly out of here. Which is also smart design. Like, it's kind of an anti-cheese in its own way because you can't kill the boss if you need the boss, right? Okay. Oh yeah, no. That's too late. I actually should not catch that extra bones past the one-way panel. I have to go straight for the mushroom. Yeah, I think I have to go straight for the mushroom and then resign myself to losing P-speed. Like, once we hit the mushroom into that corner, it's okay if we lose P-speed. I think we can still live. No. It's really, really hard for me to press that button. It's just... Yeah, I'm just like missing half my jump inputs there because mechanically I struggle to do it, so... Okay. Nope, missed it. Okay, let's try to get it done. That's okay, as a grand finale this will feel quite earned, I think, when I do get through it. There we go. And we missed. We actually have plenty of room to float down to the bones there. We have plenty of room, we just missed. But yeah, we actually have enough flight time to do that. And do it that way and rush ahead. Instead of waiting for more bones. I think it's doable that way. Because if we rush to the mushroom at least, I know that the mushroom spawn will be there. I don't have to guess the pipe timing. Okay, rush it. Oh, I missed. I missed. Oh, what? No, we don't need to rush it. Here's why you don't need to rush it. Because you can actually cycle around the other bones for a bit longer. You can go under the boss stack if you need and stay alive. I think you can stay under. So maybe we shouldn't rush it. Potential save you land on a spike and jump at the door. Yeah, I mean, no, at that time, if I just whipped the mushroom slightly closer, I would have done it. Obviously, the level is about just maintaining the P-speed as much as you can, and if the boo wall is the problem, you just go under it. I was worried about the boo wall constraining my timing too much and making me hit the first cycle, but you don't actually need to do that. Oh, no, lost it again. I think you can fly under the boo wall, it's just that after a certain point you're going to run into bones, perhaps. But I think there was another source of bones in a room, right? So I didn't look at it carefully in terms of whether the other bones in that room are coming out from blasters or something else. Whoops. Okay. Oh, no. Failed to bounce it. I just missed a bounce. And that's what happens when you drop a stack. Okay, let's drop it. Come on up. And one here. Nope. Yeah, again, you can see how much my flight just slows down as soon as I pick up the POW. But we'll try to fix it. You can definitely tell why they never went back to the button spam design for flight after switching from the tail to the cape, and later on to propeller and squirrel and so on. But I mean, the Tanuki tail is great. It's, you know, the thing that defines SMM1, but you can absolutely understand why they never designed flight power-ups like this again. Missed. Missed. No, you can't go for it like that. I've got to sustain flight and prioritize sustaining flight. Yeah, because if I miss, that just blows the whole attempt. I don't think I have to go for that mushroom. I think I can go under the boot hole and go for an additional one. If the boss closing in is the thing I'm worried about. Yeah, let's sustain over here. In fact, let's sustain over. Oh, no. Oh, no. Too far left. In fact, yeah, it's perfectly fine, because if the boos head out to the right, then you can take your time with bone spawns that are to the left. Yeah, so we're going to take that approach instead. Nope, missed it. Tricky, tricky pickup. No. Have to keep track of what we're whipping here. Anyway, let's keep going. Okay, let's wait this time. Prioritize sustaining flight. Nope. Then we just take as long as we want. Except, if we take as long as we want, though, then we would take damage at the key door. I wonder if that's okay, or if maybe there's something that requires flight past that, you know, even if it's optional. Because the boo does block the wall completely if you do that. I feel like maybe there's some kind of incentive for keeping the leaf into the next room that we would not be seeing. No, we shouldn't do it that way. We shouldn't do it. I keep thinking that it'll gun it because we did previously hit that. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a hard Tanuki check after the door. It's not something that this maker would do. But there might be a bonus. In fact, I would expect there to be a bonus for keeping the leaf. Yeah, no. I keep thinking I'll do it because I did it successfully earlier once. I just barely missed a bounce. Yeah, because looking at how the boo wall just kind of closes that whole gate there, I would really like to do it while keeping the leaf, but then you would absolutely have to do it first try. Nope. Well, let's just try to stay focused here. I hope we can finish this. I actually can't stay on for that much longer. Trying to make it happen. That was nearly a disaster. Wait, did that not give me a key? Oh, it gave me a spiny helmet. It doesn't give me a key, it gives me a spiny helmet because then we fly under the boos and we kill them. Yes, that's what it is. Okay. All that time I thought it gave me a key, and I actually didn't even look at it the last time we hit the note block. No wonder I couldn't get in the door. It doesn't spawn a key, it spawns a spiny helmet. So you have to let the boo wall dock, and then you use the spiny helmet to kill the boos. All this time I thought it was going to be a key, and I thought we were just missing it, but we probably had hit that several times and didn't realize it. Okay, in that case, we sustain and fly under. I'm going to change the timing on this bit. Let's just consume the mushroom. Oh, lost it. Okay, now we lose. Didn't expect to get shot in the face by another bones. Yeah, no, that's the way to do it. You just kill the boos afterwards. But basically, we want one more bones bounce just close to the boo stack. So we basically account for it and maximize our flight time. And then we just clear the boost stack from the door. Okay, sustain. Need to find a consistent position here. Give me one. Nope, lost it. Too late. We do need a second bounce over there on the right side. Dead. So you can totally keep belief, and in fact you're expected to, because you'll be clearing the whole boost stack with just yes, my ace. Nope. Yeah, I whipped the thing that I expected to land on. That's what happened there. Okay, let's go. Nope. Oh, lost it. Once again, just missed a bounce. Okay. Loop back here. Nope, missed it, missed it. Like just one little drop there where I was off my tile. I was thinking, like, in order to fix the mushroom timing, if it's a little bit off what I want it to be, I need to consume a mushroom. Just to get the respawn timing to line up where I want it to be. I was too busy thinking about that and just missed the bones. Okay. Got it. Sustain. Get another one. No. How did I miss? I had it. I absolutely had it and I missed. I hit the spike top, I think. I need to line up against the blaster and then go straight up with no directional manipulation. Yeah, I need to line up against the blaster and not hit the spike top. I'm pretty sure I hit the spike top. The half tile offset there is going to matter. Best attempt yet, though. By some margin. So we bounce one, we bounce two, we come to the left. No, no, missed it, because I hit the bumper. Missed it. Getting closer, getting much closer. I have a consistent pattern I want now when it comes to the bone pattern on the final room. I have a very specific target for what I want the spawns to be. That's significant progress. me another one. There we go. Yeah, we got all the way here. I'm breaking everything. I'm bringing a chandelier. Just a Boo Mansion chandelier. But wait, there's more. We need to grab the leaf. Unbelievable. Do we even want to bounce off this guy? Yes, we do. That was a little bit tense. Okay, I try not to speak too soon about this sort of thing. That is probably the best Tanuki Leaf level I've played in either game. Maker 1 or Maker 2. Maybe I need to think about it and stew on it for a bit. And, you know, we've seen a handful of levels of that quality today in various configurations, but that was just... Look at how few plays there are on this, too. I mean, you know, this was 2017. It's understandable. This is in the Nintendo Switch era. People have dropped their Wii U's at that point. Yeah, I was thinking 1%. That's actually much higher than, you know, some of the fairly easy levels in the kind of 0.6, 0.7 range that we've been seeing. But I guess maybe that's skewed by the fact that at that point in Mario Maker, it's pretty serious people who are still in the player base and grinding away at some of this stuff. But a highly, highly recommended level. So yeah, I mean, understandable if you don't have time to look over the whole thing, but I loved Spiny Spinball today, and Potential Energy Palace is cute. It's like a little tech demo level almost, but it's very cute to look at and very easy. Aligned Divines was the fantastic one that I was talking about earlier, which up to that point I was saying was the best one I'd seen in this set, but then I think the Fly Day level gives it a run for its money. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these were great, but... And then, you know, the P-Winged Angel was the one that was kind of the precursor to this level mechanically. Some similar setups, but not nearly as elaborate, not nearly as spectacular, even though it was very good in its own right. Power Switch Palace was the one we started with today, and it is very mechanically unique and has a wonderful trigger setup that was previously explored in a one-screen puzzle as well. And we had some previous ones in earlier days that I talked about. Spring to Chain Gang really stuck out at me as kind of a spectacle chain chomp riding level, and then, you know, it took a while for this style to kind of come together after the early levels, but then, wow, today's set was just an absolute knockout, and then this one is the finale. Just what a level. This is one I'm going to be taking to the core spot for sure. So, yeah, and it looks like it's one of those where, like, not a lot of people know it. I think, you know, people think they've got their favorite P-Wing level, and they have not seen this one. Anyway, that's it for David Pinkston and the 60-some levels that we did with him. Not even including the SMM1 set we'd cleared previously and filmed previously. So, very, very happy with the set that we did today. Took me entirely too long, but then we had earlier streams where we, you know, cut off way earlier than expected, and it didn't run for very long earlier in the week, so I'm glad we made up for that. Typically, we will do Maker 2 on weekends. I think as we approach the closure of Maker 1, I'm going to be switching some of those streams over to Maker 1 instead, and holding off on Maker 2 viewer levels until April. I haven't decided exactly, but I'll have to look at my to-do list of Maker 1 levels and figure that out, because I think we'll have to do that. And at some point I might want to do kind of an open queue suggestion day for Maker 1 as well, since there are a lot of makers we will not be able to see completely, and a lot of viewers who also want to show me things from their old profiles if they do in fact have the codes on hand. Yeah. My play stats, I'll check them later. I don't want to browse around and mess with this right now, but because I do have to log off pretty quickly. But I've hardly ever done 100 Mario Challenge or anything like that, so I'll compile the playstats like after I'm done with this project, I think, and get a shot at that when we're wrapping up in April, perhaps. Anyway, I do have to take off. I stayed way too long today, and wow, was it ever worth it. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see if we can pass you folks on to something else. And yeah, Mr. All Games All Day, enjoy the rest of 3YMM and whatever you're playing in this game as well. And it's going to be an amazing time for you, I'm sure, from previous experience. Have a wonderful time ahead of you. Enjoy wherever we are taking you folks next. Probably to more Maker 1, to be honest. But we'll look around for a moment. And until we meet again, as always, enjoy everything it is you might be playing or making or watching. And as always, fare thee well.